with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Some people won't give you the real talk on drugs, but it's time we know the facts. Fentanyl is often laced into illicit drugs and used to make fake versions of prescription pills. You can't see it, taste it, or smell it. Suppliers mix fentanyl into their products because it's potent and cheap, and the dealer might not even know. Keep yourself and others safe by knowing the real deal on fentanyl. Get the facts. Go to realdealonfentanyl.com. This message is brought to you by the Ad Council.
Thanks for being with us. A Michigan girl vacationing with her family in Florida found a message in a bottle that had purportedly been thrown into the ocean 8 years earlier in Hawaii. 11-year-old Josie Law of Howell, Michigan, told TSP television that she was on Florida's Anna Maria Island when she spotted the bottle in the surf while walking. She snatched the bottle as it floated between waves. The bottle contained a small note reading, "Hello, people who found this. You will be happy that you found this. Why? Because you will know me with this number." Law's mother, Paris, sent a text message to the phone number included in the note. She soon received a response from a 21-year-old Hawaii woman who told her she and her brother had thrown the bottle into the ocean off Oahu 8 years earlier. The note's author, who did not want to be identified, said she was 13 when she and her brother had the idea. By the way, when the show is over, make sure to check out our social media feeds for, among other things, our latest videos. Now playing the propaganda we won't fall for, like you can drink too much coffee and that people only listen to biased news. You can follow us on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and X. Just do a search for This Morning with Gordon Deal. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
And this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Lonnie. Lonnie, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
We've been with the same insurance company for over 32 years. And my husband said, come on, let's at least try it. And that was the smartest thing we ever did because we saved thousands, literally thousands a year on our insurance. They improved it. It cost me less, and it was a higher value. You know, I can't say enough good things about Scott because everything that he said he'd do, he did.
What do you tell your friends they can expect when they make the call to First Mark?
An easy, profitable, and actually pleasant call. They genuinely are trying to help you, and you can't beat that. We were silly to wait so long. A couple other friends that have called, too, they said, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
You see, Lonnie did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to First Mark Insurance.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Seeking justice in Boulder.
There were 16 counts of attempted murder in the first degree.
Attack victims recover.
2 people still in the hospital.
Home insurance sticker shock.
It feels like being kicked when you're down.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, authorities are laying out their case against an Egyptian national who faces a string of charges for the fiery attack on a pro-Israel event in Boulder, Colorado. CBS's Jason Allen reports it's been labeled a hate crime.
Mohammed Solomon appeared briefly before a Colorado judge Monday afternoon, facing more than 40 felony charges, including attempted murder. Law enforcement says the 45-year-old ignited Molotov cocktails and threw them at a group of peaceful marchers Sunday, injuring 12 people, some with severe burns, in a targeted attack. According to court documents, the suspect searched for Zionist groups and found the Boulder Run for Their Lives organization, which marches weekly to promote awareness of the Israeli hostages in Gaza.
He said he wanted them all to die. He had no regrets, and he would go back and do it again.
The suspect allegedly told investigators he, quote, had to use Molotov cocktails after he was denied the purchase of a gun due to him not being a legal citizen.
Overseas, there's been new deadly violence at a humanitarian checkpoint in Gaza. Here's CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab.
For the third day in a row, chaos at Gaza's Nasser hospital as those suffering from gunshot wounds were rushed for treatment. Inside, more injured, and the remains of the dead, body bag after body bag. At least 27 Palestinians were killed and over 200 wounded, according to first responders at the scene. We were shocked by the number of injuries, a horrific number, this ambulance driver said. All the injuries were directly to the head and chest, many of them young people who went to get aid from the American Foundation.
The federal prosecutor who oversaw hundreds of Capitol attack cases has resigned and is speaking out to our justice correspondent, Scott McFarland.
President Trump's clemency for all 1,500-plus Capitol riot defendants, including some who assaulted police officers, still rattles the people who prosecuted the cases.
I was shocked, if not stunned, by the breadth of the pardons.
What kind of message do you think they send?
I think the message that they send is that political violence towards a political goal is acceptable in a modern democratic society.
Greg Rosen, former chief of the Department of Justice's Capitol Siege Division, resigned from the agency this weekend. After the pardons came a purge. FBI agents were scrutinized, and prosecutors who helped secure a 100% conviction rate among Capitol riot defendants were demoted or dismissed.
I think it's ridiculous to see those talented prosecutors be marginalized or removed from office is an affront to the independence of the department.
The Sean Combs sex trafficking trial is now into week number 4. CBS's Jerika Duncan has more on what the New York jury is hearing.
A former personal assistant for Sean Diddy Combs returned to the stand after accusing the rap mogul of physical abuse and sexual assault. Testifying under the pseudonym Mia to protect her privacy, she alleges that Combs groped and raped her. She told the jury she didn't speak up because she, quote, would have been silenced and would have lost everything. On cross-examination, defense attorney Brian Steele tried to undermine Mia's account, insinuating she lied about the abuse and was after Combs' money.
Now to Italy, CBS's Chris Livesay has the latest on the strongest eruption in years at Mount Etna.
Mount Etna has roared back to life, sending a towering column of ash into the Sicilian sky and panic below. The ash plume reached more than 21,000 feet in the air. It's Etna's strongest eruption since early 2021, reminding scientists that it's the most active volcano in Europe.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
A construction project on one of Newark Airport's 3 main runways wrapped up nearly 2 weeks early. The FAA expects to begin easing flight limits next week, but the airport still faces a shortage of air traffic controllers. In the wake of the destructive Southern California wildfires, many homeowners are still waiting for insurance checks and dealing with hikes in premiums. Here's CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti.
Kelsey Zemet's Altadena home is still standing, but she, her husband, and 2 daughters have yet to return to it since escaping the Eaton fire nearly 5 months ago.
It's not safe to be here. There's no timeline of return.
Zemet has been a State Farm customer for over 14 years, never missing a payment. But she's still waiting for the company to pay her what she says she's covered for, including testing and alternative housing.
We personally are out of pocket about $119,000. We've maybe recovered about $60,000 from State Farm.
And now her rate is going up. Starting this month, all renewing California homeowner policies under State Farm will increase by 17%. More than 1 million policyholders will be impacted over the next year.
It may be too early to tell the fallout from the 2023 Supreme Court ruling that says colleges can no longer consider race in the admissions process. A CBS News analysis of enrollment records finds the share of minority students among schools that changed policies dropped slightly.
2 percentage points is not a huge change. But this is only 1 year of data. Basically signs of a possible trend.
CBS News digital journalist Grace Manthe says the drop in diversity was a bit sharper at more elite colleges and universities. Police in San Antonio are investigating the fatal shooting of actor Jonathan Joss, best known for his voice work on the animated comedy King of the Hill.
Peggy, just dropping off a new healing herb for Nancy to help with her migraines.
Joss's husband says a man yelling homophobic slurs opened fire on them. A suspect is under arrest. The couple's home was damaged by a fire back in January. Joss was 59 years old. There's a new study on coffee. Women who drank 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee a day in their 50s were more likely to reach older age free from chronic diseases with good cognitive, physical, and mental health. That's according to research that tracked nearly 50,000 women for 30 years. No similar links were found for tea or decaf drinkers. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A new report looks at the effect of bans on gender-affirming care.
Human Rights Watch says in the last 4 years, 25 states have enacted sweeping bans targeting gender-affirming care for trans youth. They say bans can lead to increased anxiety, depression, and suicide attempts.
These are people who grew up in one body and are at risk of, having that care in that body essentially taken away from them.
Yasmin Smollins with Human Rights Watch.
These laws are what we call sweeping bans on gender-affirming care. So, that's any form of puberty blockers, hormone therapies, and they are estimated to impact over 100,000 trans youth.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
President Trump has pardoned 2 Florida shark divers convicted of theft for cutting 19 sharks and a Goliath grouper free from a fisherman's line they falsely assumed was illegal. It wasn't. It was one of only 5 vessels allowed by the government to harvest sharks for research. That's the Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. We are working to find out why the search for 3 sisters missing out of Wenatchee has been canceled. Washington State Patrol made that call last night, but investigators have not said why or if the girls are okay. KIRO 7 TV talked to the mother of the girls.
Travis has really struggled since he left the military, and his mental health can be hard sometimes. And I think this is an effect of that. And I don't personally think that he's dangerous. I think that he is impulsive and he loves his children very much.
The girls went missing Friday night. She said they had a planned visit with their father and never came back. She thinks their dad may have taken them on an unscheduled camping trip. We have reached out to police and are waiting to hear back. The FBI and local law enforcement announced major arrest of drug traffickers in Seattle's Chinatown International District. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
This is the second round of arrests in Operation Jungle Shrike. The suspects are charged with distributing large amounts of fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine in Seattle and surrounding communities. Here's Acting U.S. Attorney Teal Luthi Miller.
Law enforcement seized 7 kilograms of cocaine, more than 20 pounds of methamphetamine, roughly 80,000 suspected deadly fentanyl pills, and more than $350,000 in cash.
Authorities say some of those arrested are legal citizens and some have been deported and then returned to the country. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Dramatic police body cam footage has been released from last Friday's shooting involving Seattle police in Belltown. Police were chasing a man suspected of dealing drugs near 3rd and Wall. They say during the foot pursuit, the man pulled out a gun.
Get on the ground!
The suspect was not hurt, but he was taken to the hospital complaining of chest pains. No officers were injured. A break-in at an Enumclaw school prompts concern someone may be planning a school shooting. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch reports.
Surveillance video caught 3 masked intruders, one with a handgun, who broke into Enumclaw High School over the weekend.
It seems to us that maybe they were rehearsing for an active shooter event.
Police Chief Tim Floyd says they didn't take or break anything.
The way they were moving about the building with the one subject with the gun, another subject was filming the entire thing. It seemed like reconnaissance.
Floyd says there was no previously known threat to the school. They've boosted security as a precaution. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Layoffs continue at Microsoft. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Microsoft plans to lay off more than 300 Washington workers in August. This is on top of the nearly 2,000 workers that announced last month would be losing their jobs here in our state. This is part of the largest mass layoff in more than 2 years for the company. Last month, Microsoft started laying off nearly 3% of its overall workforce. That's about 6,000 people. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Health challenges are forcing Seattle City Council member Kathy Moore to step down. Her last day will be July 7th. Moore was first elected to the council back in 2023. During her career in public service, Moore has served as a judge, public defender, and the chair of Seattle Human Rights Commission. A big honor for the big dumper. Cal Raleigh is named the American League's co-player of the week after hitting 6 home runs in 6 games.
Cal Raleigh does it again. He is unbelievable.
Raleigh currently leads the league with 23 home runs. Cal and the first-place Mariners are back at T-Mobile Park today, beginning a 3-game series against the Baltimore Orioles. Today's game begins at 6:40. M starter George Kirby will take the mound. You can hear the game and all the action on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Linwood to Seattle, about 23 minutes right now. Bellevue to Federal Way, about 32 minutes. Everett to Bellevue, about 34 minutes right now, and Everett to Seattle about 26 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Tuesday morning, partly cloudy skies. Highs will be nice and warm today in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 51 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger with a look at the tariff turmoil in the U.S. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. what do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, they picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Seattle's Morning News, we check in with CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger. You can catch her blog at jillonmoney.com. Jill, good morning.
Good morning.
I love the title of your latest blog entry, Tariff, Turmoil, and Tacos. Let's start with the tariffs. It's been quite dizzying trying to keep up with all of this. In your mind, where do things stand this morning?
Well, okay, here's where we are. The tariffs that are in place are the 10% tariffs across the board. They're the 30% tariffs in China. There's the 25% tariffs on steel, aluminum, and autos. Okay, that's it. We've had a lot of activity in the ins and outs of that. There were court cases, there were appeals, all that's rolling along. But that's where we stand. And the reality is that if you are thinking about these tariffs and you're looking at your portfolio and you're trying to guess what the next thing is going to be, don't. You don't have to. And let me just bring the taco story in for a second, because I think this is just delicious. And I wish it were Tuesday so we could call it Taco Tuesday. Okay, in the Financial Times, there's a writer, Robert Armstrong. A couple weeks ago, he said there is an acronym that really can put into perspective what's happening in the markets, especially. And it is called the taco theory. The tacos, TACO, it stands for Trump always chickens out. It sounds worse when I say it that way, but he writes that this is really an idea that the administration does not have a high tolerance for market and economic pressure. And then what they'll do is they'll make a broad announcement and walk it back when there's too much pain, either from the economic point of view or the market point of view. And I think that that's instructive, because what it does is, let's say that you don't believe it. You say, look, it's his negotiation, whatever it is, like whatever aisle you're on. But the reason why this is an important concept is that it will help you try to navigate the news flow. Instead of going all in on the worst or the best case scenario of whatever's announced, just wait, because it may not be what stays in place.
Okay, well, how does all of this affect businesses and consumers directly? Are we feeling it yet?
Well, it's interesting. I think that large businesses have had an extremely big advantage because, they could go to the president, they can go to the administration, they can lobby for certain things. So remember that we were having this conversation about hey, what's going to happen to prices? And then all of a sudden you have these quiet conversations between the Walmart and the Target CEO with the administration. And they're saying, hey, we're going to have empty shelves. And then all of a sudden we didn't have 145% tariffs on Chinese goods. They went down to 30%. But a small business does not have that kind of power. And I think that if for a small business owner right now, you are in a very precarious situation. It's impossible to plan. And it is very difficult to create some sort of strategy to ride this out. You don't know which way to go. As a consumer, it's somewhat similar in that we believe prices will start to rise. Maybe not immediately, not on everything, because these tariff rates are changing all the time. But if you consider that idea that prices are going to rise, it makes sense that many consumers are saying now, I don't feel very good. I'm not good just going hiding in a hole yet, but I'm watching what I spend. So what that does is that one little downgrade of I'm not spending freely to I'm going to watch what I spend, or I'm going to rethink maybe the rest of my year, that can cause the economy to slow down. Right now, the odds of a recession are obviously with us. It could be 30%, maybe it's 40%. Some people think it's 50%, but a lot of economists believe whether or not we technically go into a recession or not, all of this uncertainty breeds a slowdown. And I think that as a consumer, that's a good thing to keep in mind. Maybe you don't actually make big changes in your spending right now. Maybe you say, you know what? I'm going to hold back on maybe that huge vacation. I'm going to do a more moderate vacation. Or maybe you say to yourself, I was going to retire this year. Maybe I don't hate my job. Maybe I'll just keep working. Let's see how it goes. And I don't think that's the worst case scenario. I just think that a lot of people are coming to that place.
You mentioned all the court cases involving these tariffs. Do you see it ultimately going to the Supreme Court?
I mean, it seems like it's likely. We had this decision last week by a court that basically nobody had ever heard of, the Court of International Trade, and it invalidated a big portion of those Trump tariffs. But now the administration is appealing the decision. If it loses in the Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, the case could go to the Supreme Court. But in the meantime, even if they lost, White House lawyers will find other ways to invoke and maintain tariffs. The reason why they lost this particular case is that the tariffs that they were talking about, they were using a theory as to why they were able to impose these tariffs, but there are other ways to impose tariffs under different theories of law that they will be able to get through. So again, this is, I like to say, it's another layer in our uncertainty cake.
Uncertainty cake. I love it. Let's leave it right there. JillOnMoney.com is where you can read more. We appreciate your time this morning.
Take care. Thank you.
CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, partly cloudy skies and highs in the low 70s today. Right now, it's about 51 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, crime and punishment. Our weekly check-in with Casey McNerthy at the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side, we are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
It's all too common of an occurrence. You need some work done on your home, so you call 3 contractors. Someone didn't even show up to provide an estimate. Another gave you a quote that changed twice. So you settle on the third, who left behind a mess you're still trying to clean up. At Valentine Roofing, we know you don't just want someone to complete your job. You deserve the one, because it's your home and you want it done right. Skip the headaches. Valentine Roofing is the one. At Valentine, we take pride in what we call the Valentine experience. It's 3 simple principles we focus on every day: seamless communication, meticulous cleanup, and going the extra mile. So next time you need work done on your home's exterior, remember who the one is. Valentine Roofing is the one who provides hassle-free estimates within about an hour of our arrival. We're the one who stands behind our work with a lifetime warranty, and we're the one who truly cares about your Valentine experience. So for all your roofing, siding, and gutter needs, schedule your free estimate today with the one, Valentine Roofing, by calling us at 206 Roofing.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people
don't realize that as you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color
exactly
vision.
What I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
An Aussie trekker travels to America to hike an epic trail.
It was rocky, it was imposing.
But Eric Robinson never made it to the end. I'm Dave Cawley. Follow my podcast, Uinta Triangle, UINTA, on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. More charges could be on the way for the man suspected of firebombing peaceful marchers in Colorado over the weekend. According to new court documents, the suspect told investigators that he found the march in an online search and that he had been planning his attack for months. He now faces life in prison on more than 40 felony counts. CBS's Naomi Ruckham has more from New York.
A memorial of flowers and flags is growing at the scene of Sunday's horrific fire attack in Boulder.
I feel like it's important to make it beautiful with flowers and show that life will continue even though violence has happened here.
Police say at least a dozen people were injured, some with severe burns, when the suspect, identified as 45-year-old Egyptian national Mohammed Suleiman, threw Molotov cocktails at demonstrators marching peacefully in support of the October 7th Israeli hostages.
Police say 16 unused Molotov cocktails were found near the scene after the suspect's arrest. He has not yet entered a plea, though he's due back in court on Thursday. Here in Washington, the search for three sisters missing out of Wenatchee is now called off. Washington State Patrol made that call last night. Investigators have not said why or if the girls are okay. The girls are 5, 8, and 9 years old. They went missing on Friday night. Their mother tells KIRO 7 TV they had a planned visit with their father and never came back. She thinks their dad may have taken them on an unscheduled camping trip. We have reached out to police and are waiting to hear back. The FBI, DA, U.S. Attorney, and Seattle Police announced more than a dozen arrests after a round of 2 undercover operation targeting drug traffickers in the Chinatown International District. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
This was an 18-month undercover operation that culminated in 14 indictments and 11 arrests last week, along with the seizure of $3 million in drugs, cash, and weapons. Here's DEA Special Agent in Charge, David Reams.
Drugs and guns are evils that go together. And in this case, we targeted offenders who used both to prey on some of our most vulnerable communities. They dealt in death in the form of drugs and guns.
3 people are still at large, and the operation is ongoing. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Pierce County deputies arrested a man who broke inside a business, and the manager caught the suspect on camera. They told deputies no one was supposed to be inside, so they surrounded the building and called in K9 Bronco to assist.
He will find you and he will bite you. We know you're in here. You're under arrest. Come out now.
The suspect decided to take his chances, fleeing out another exit where he was arrested by a sergeant outside. The 33-year-old was arrested for burglary, resisting arrest, and a felony warrant for escaping community custody. What started as a DUI stop in Tacoma ended with the seizure of a submachine gun. It started when police pulled a driver over for speeding and suspected impairment. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi has details.
Turns out he was a convicted felon on bail for burglary. During the stop, he admitted to recently using meth. This was captured by an officer's body camera.
You're making me a little bit uncomfortable. Can I get you to step over for me, please? Is that the only weapon on you?
No, there's a Mac 11.
Say what?
There's a Mac 11 on the floor.
Oh, yeah, there sure is.
There were other guns in the car, too, and even more in the man's home, and a large amount of ammunition. He was booked into jail on DUI and several weapons charges. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, Everett to Bellevue about 36 minutes right now. Federal Way to Seattle about 33 minutes. To Quill to Bellevue about 21 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Tuesday morning, partly cloudy skies. Highs will be nice and warm today in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 51 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Time for Crime and Punishment. Every week we check in with Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office.
And he's with us now. The other day we were talking about a defendant convicted of human trafficking and other charges. He was sentenced to 35 years, and we have some new information on this case.
Yeah, so I asked our public disclosure folks, once he was sentenced, I said, hey, are there videos that you can show us from this case? And they said, yeah, we've got those. And I thought maybe there's something I could share with the radio folks here. But there were so many words, it just would have been a constant, string of bleeps. And so it wouldn't really work. And so I thought, well, what else could we do? And I talked to Alex Voorhees, who is one of the senior deputy prosecutors who handles these types of cases, about what kinds of things she sees. And it was very interesting what she talked about, not only on Aurora, but in other places.
I think that everyone in Seattle, in King County, in the area is aware of what we can visibly see going on Aurora. And I like to think of Aurora as the tip of the iceberg. And there's so much exploitation and abuse that goes on below the surface. There's also an entire enterprise that involves marketing young women and girls online, as well as people from the LGBT plus community, from the trans community that are exploited and abused this way as well. Statistically, our survivors and victims of human trafficking are disproportionately people from disadvantaged communities, BIPOC communities, the LGBT plus community, and they're particularly vulnerable. And there are a group of individuals who seek to exploit these individuals for their own profit, for nothing more than sheer greed.
So when we talk about this, there has to be a customer, right? And is there a profile of a customer, of a woman who's being, trafficked?
The most common profile, I was somewhat surprised to hear this and asked Alex that, and here's how she answered.
Without men being willing to purchase sex, being willing to purchase another human being for their sexual gratification, there wouldn't be a market for this exploitation, for pimps and traffickers to actively recruit. And disproportionately in King County, we find that sex buyers are men of means. They are typically well educated. They lean white and affluent. And so when you juxtapose that to the fact that those that are victimized skew from marginalized communities, what you have is, boil it down to its simplest terms, white men purchasing sex from disadvantaged women. And I think that is something that often goes underreported or untalked about when we're talking about human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation.
Casey, it's tough to build these cases, and sometimes the pimps think if they can prevent a survivor from talking, they simply won't be convicted.
That's exactly right. And so what Alex and investigators from Seattle Police and the Sheriff's Office and other police departments do is plan for that and find other types of evidence to show to a jury or to the judge. And here's how she explained that process.
These cases are challenging, and they often involve case development that goes on for a period of time, but it's not as simple as taking a victim statement. We understand that survivors of sex trafficking often are victims of generational trauma, and so we're dealing with a subset of survivors who some studies show actually suffer PTSD at rates higher than combat troops. They see things that most people in our community would never see and experience things that most people don't see or know about. So when we develop these cases, we have to do it as a multi-layered approach, looking for all of the evidence that we can find that can corroborate what these individuals are telling us about their exploitation, about their abuse. And, is that things like gathering cell phone data, and that's data from phones, that's data from, cell tower records, looking at social media, whether it's looking for corroborating video evidence that might exist. I think that oftentimes our traffickers and pimps think that their victims won't show up. And so it's a pretty safe bet that they're going to get off. And I think that by working with detectives who have expertise in this field, in King County at least, we have prosecutors who specialize in this field, we're able to put together cases that are resilient in the face of where we're at when we start trial.
All right. Casey McNerney, King County Prosecutor's Office. Thanks for coming in with that.
You bet. It's good to see you both.
Coming up, we'll have a look on national headlines. I'm Katrina Gouchard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The first place you turn to for breaking news.
Protest outside City Hall.
KIRO News Radio.
James Lynch begins our team coverage live at City Hall.
Now, we are told by SPD that 4 people have been arrested for assault. For more on the counter-protesters, we go to Scott Carney.
See a group of another 10 officers come down the steps.
Closures now extended from Washington closer to the stadiums.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
For many years now, Heritage Homecraft has been making stunning kitchens for the folks of Puget Sound. Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. When we resurface your existing cabinet boxes, install custom-built cabinet doors, and tailored quartz countertops, it'll transform any old, outdated kitchen into the showpiece of your home as it ought to be. All done in about a week without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of a complete tear-out. Not a national chain, your new kitchen is designed, created, and installed by a team of dedicated craftspeople who live and work here in the Pacific Northwest. Have one of our professional representatives out for a free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to you and leave you with an exact quote for your new kitchen. I promise you'll be amazed by the quality and transformation. Just ask any one of our thousands of satisfied customers. If you call today, there's still time to have your new kitchen installed before summer. Call today, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be the rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
CBS News Brief. Officials say the Egyptian national facing a federal hate crimes charge for allegedly throwing Molotov cocktails at pro-Israeli protesters in Colorado planned the attack for a year. CBS's Anna Schechter.
What they lay out is a very cold-blooded, calculated series of plans that he carried out to a T until the end.
Health officials in Gaza reporting a third day of deadly Israeli strikes on hungry Palestinians trying to get to an aid distribution center. This time, 27 reported killed. British surgeon Dr. Victoria Rose.
We've got all the bays are full and they're all gunshot wounds. It's absolute carnage here, and there are even more people in the main emergency department.
Passengers are heartened by the news. A runway construction project at New Jersey's troubled Newark Liberty Airport has wrapped up early.
We all want to get to where we're going, so that's super, super good. I'm happy to hear that.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, partly cloudy skies and warm temperatures today. Highs will be in the low 70s right now. It's about 51 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, we hear about the new Washington law allowing homeowners to split their lots into 2 properties from State Representative Andrew Barkis. That's next. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
It's a bill to allow homeowners to divide their residential lots and build additional housing, and it's been signed into law by Governor Bob Ferguson.
This is House Bill 1096, which received final legislative approval just hours before the 25 session adjourned. It's designed to increase housing options at a time Washington ranks last in the country for the per capita supply of affordable housing.
Republican Representative Andrew Barkis is the primary sponsor of the bill, now a law. And good morning. Just give us an idea. What is this law about, Representative Barkis?
The bill is primarily around supporting middle housing or more density and allowing for the development of supply by allowing for somebody who has a lot, a building lot of a certain size to be able to split that in 2, meeting requirements, then to be able to build an additional home, an ADU, a triplex, a duplex on that additional lot. So you're doubling up basically on the amount of supply of buildable land within a local jurisdiction.
There are some neighborhoods that are not pleased with this. What do you say to critics?
Well, there's been a lot of critics over the course of time, and I think that these are the same critics that have, in some ways put us into this housing situation that we're in, or this lack of housing. Of course, this law took 3 years to go through the process to work out most of the opposition from local jurisdictions, from local control, from some of the other pieces, to get it into a workable situation for all parties involved. There is always going to be some pushback when it comes to increased density, changing complexities of neighborhoods, the various different things along those lines. I believe that through the middle housing law and through this bill that we've worked those particulars out to where it was widely supported by cities throughout the state of Washington.
And listen, I think most people go, there is a housing crisis in this state. I look at the median cost of a home. I worry about young people being able to even get into their first home. So we're here now. What are some of the next steps in order to make more homes available and, also more affordable?
Well, this is just one. As I've said in the last couple of years, the middle housing law and this lot splitting is not the cure-all. It does not solve the problem. These are just These are steps in a long process. We really need to get at permit reform. We need to get at regulatory reform. We need to take a hard look at the Growth Management Act when it comes to buildable lands, because the reason we need to have a lot split bill and those type of things is because we have such constrictions on the amount of land that is available. It drives up the cost tremendously. I was told somewhere here recently, a stat that a 6,000 square foot lot, which is not a big lot, is pushing $300,000. So if that's your start point before you ever build a house, of course, it's going to be way, way unaffordable for most people. So we really need to look at these other things that we've chipped around the corners. The bigger discussions need to start happening around the Growth Management Act, allowing for more buildable land and really starting to pull down some of those regulations that we've been doing good at, but the things that are really driving up the cost.
Talking with Representative Andrew Barkis right now. Another thing that passed was the rent cap. I know you were a harsh critic of that. What is it about that bill that isn't helpful?
Well, it's counterintuitive to what we're trying to do in creating more supply. Everywhere this policy has been put into place in the United States, and granted, that's not that many places because everybody, every institution, scholar has said this is the wrong policy. Rent control, rent stabilization is the wrong policy. The concern is that it's going to inhibit development. When you price fix and you put caps on what you can charge, the market is not allowed to do what it needs to be doing. So therefore, you have developers who are looking into the future and saying, you know, if we cannot increase our rents with the increasing costs and the increasing costs to develop, they're not going to take that risk. And we heard from many developers throughout the region that are pulling back or changing their philosophies. It also really hurts the small landlords, those that have small investment, single-family homes. It's just going to get tougher and tougher. If costs go up, the market will not be able to do what it needs to do to adjust, and you'll have this stabilization in place. Therefore, you're going to start seeing even more loss of housing supply. So again, counterintuitive to the work we're trying to do on supply side, I have been strongly opposed. I am confident that we are going to see this again in a couple of years when we find out and everybody sees that what we said was accurate, and this is not a good policy, and we will need to make changes.
Bigger picture here, Representative Barkis, because the governor did sign several tax bills into law last week. Prices are going to be going up on a lot of things for people. I want your reaction. You're a Republican. You've been harshly critical of this. Is there anything positive you saw out of the governor's actions last week when he signed those into law?
Well, I wouldn't say too much positive out of signing the largest tax increase in Washington state history. Really tough to find any positive in that. I will say that working with the governor directly and having him work with our caucus was a big change from the previous administration. The communication was good and everything else. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, he stuck to his party lines and he, put into play what he had all along said he was not going to do. That budget is going to be, and I believe, is a mistake for the state of Washington. The fact that we have once again increased spending to the tune of 5 to 7% on the backs of Washingtonians with every kind of tax you can imagine in order to support a never-ending appetite for more spending. The state has been in this pattern for in my entire time in the legislature, almost 10 years. We've seen this. We have shown there are better ways to approach this. We should have made cuts. We should have looked at everything from the state employees' the cost of living, their CBAs that were negotiated right on down the line. But in the end, I think we're going to see a lot of detrimental impacts from the taxation that is being placed upon our citizens.
We're just about out of time, but can you find a positive to wrap us up here? What are you proud of? And aside from your bill, what else are you excited about that happened during the session?
Well, I'm proud of the work. I mean, I am honored to serve, and no matter how tough it is, I'm proud of the work that we do. I do believe there is still opportunity for bipartisan work. I think that is very reflective in the housing. I'm hopeful that we can get past the last couple of years, especially in rent control, and really start looking at some of the core issues in eviction reform and different things. I'm not going to stop working together with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to fix Washington and do everything we possibly can to make it a better state for all involved. And I will say that, got to keep the dialogue open with the governor, and that is an improvement. And we will see how that works moving forward as we continue to work. It won't be long until we get back there, unfortunately. But there were some good bills and some positive things for the people of Washington State, even amongst the clouds of the taxes and rent control and some of the other negatives.
Republican State Representative Andrew Barkis, please join us again. You promise you'll join us again, right?
I would be more than happy to. Love your show and appreciate all that you do. And anytime, just reach on out. I'd be happy to talk about anything. So enjoy this beautiful sunny day.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, partly cloudy skies and warm today. Highs will be in the low 70s right now. It's about 51 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO Newsradio app.
The Mariners are transforming T-Mobile Park into Seattle's hottest karaoke club for Sing-Along Fireworks Night. Don't miss an incredible post-game show on Friday, June 13th, presented by T-Mobile, after the team squares off against the Guardians at 7:10.
He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
It's your chance to belt your heart out on the big stage to chart-topping hits and feel-good throwbacks. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Strong play call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
Visit mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and see the complete lineup of Mariners fireworks nights this summer, including a patriotic palooza on July 3rd and an 80s show on July 18th. Plus, check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park, including a Father's Day socks giveaway Sunday, June 15th, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pains slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized, hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Rock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutia in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you, irgpt.com.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
It's a brave face we put on. We never want to be any trouble. But you know, getting older isn't all smiles and birthday parties. Sometimes it's facing the fact that we are aging. And you know what? That can be pretty hard. If you need a little support or just want to talk to someone, 988 is here for you. It's free and it's confidential. Call 988 anywhere, anytime. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with no credit financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment needed, and financing is available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Palestinians in Gaza in mourning again after local health officials say at least 27 people died in a third day of strikes, targeting a humanitarian checkpoint this time near an aid distribution site in Rafah, handing out desperately needed food. The BBC's Barbara Plett-Usher has details from Jerusalem.
This incident today and the incident on Sunday are really very stark examples of how troubled or difficult this new aid distribution system is. The Israelis have set it up because they say Hamas is stealing aid, and this is the only way to make sure it gets to the Palestinian people.
The Israeli military says its troops had only fired warning shots today, but the IDF says it's looking into those reports of casualties. New criminal charges filed against the Egyptian national, accused of attacking Israeli hostage supporters in Colorado with homemade Molotov cocktails. Among the dozens of counts, attempted murder and a hate crime. CBS's Jason Allen is in Boulder.
If he was convicted of just the federal hate crime, Solomon could spend the rest of his life in prison. He has not entered a plea yet, but his next court appearance right now is scheduled for Thursday.
About a dozen people were injured. Some are suffering from severe burns. The wind is still blowing heavy smoke into the U.S. from giant wildfires in central Canada. Millions of Americans are in the path. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
Air quality is really bad. We've got alerts up from International Falls back through Minneapolis and in through parts of Wisconsin. These will probably stay through tomorrow. Some of these numbers are up and over 150, and that's a bad air quality index, and it's unhealthy for a lot of sensitive groups.
Sicily's Mount Etna continues a fiery show, sending smoke and ash into the air. Correspondent Chris Livesafe has details from Rome.
It's Etna's strongest eruption since early 2021, reminding scientists that it's the most active volcano in Europe. No injuries have been reported, but the giant continues to flume.
Video shows tourists running along a path on the flank of the volcano. An exit poll in South Korea projects the liberal candidate Lee Jae-myung, the winner of today's snap election, to replace former President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was removed from office after he tried to impose martial law. Lee's opponent, conservative Kim Moon-soo, regional business strategist Isaac Stone-Fish.
This is a transformative election, especially as it relates to North Korea and China. Lee is far more accommodating of its belligerent northern neighbor and far more willing to strike deals with China and with Russia.
S&P futures are down 11. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we are doing pretty good to start this Tuesday morning. The heaviest brake lights we have are on northbound 167 as you work your way through the Auburn interchange. There at Highway 18, we've got about a 20-minute trip from Auburn to Renton and 40 all the way from the Puyallup area. Federal Way to Seattle's only running 40 as well, and we're looking at just under 20 from the Renton to Bellevue drive. Coming down from the north end, much better day. WashDOT actually finished the work early, and so 529 southbound is open right now, which means hopefully we will not get a repeat of what we saw yesterday on southbound 5 through Marysville. So you can use 529 southbound from I-5. Hopefully that will be a much better day for you guys. And then you've got about 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are good. Olympia to Tacoma's got some braking in Nisqually, but 35 minutes to make the drive up to Olympia. From Olympia to Tacoma is not bad. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04. There are big questions this morning about why a missing persons alert for 3 young girls in Wenatchee has now been canceled.
The girls' mother says the search is still going on. Investigators won't say whether the girls are okay. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here in the studio with the latest.
Yeah, and the girl's mother, Whitney Decker, told this to KIRO 7 TV about the father, 32-year-old Travis Decker.
Travis has really struggled since he left the military, and his mental health can be hard sometimes. And I think this is an effect of that. And I don't personally think that he's dangerous. I think that he is impulsive, and he loves his children very much.
Investigators say the girls, Olivia, Evelyn, and Peyton, who are 5, 8, and 9 years old, were on visitation with their father. He picked them up in Wenatchee on Friday, but didn't tell anyone where he was taking them. Yesterday evening, state troopers canceled their alert. That could mean the girls have been located. Well, yesterday, Chelan County deputies shut down a road and a SWAT team was sent to a campground about 18 miles west of Leavenworth. The undersheriff said it was part of an ongoing investigation but wouldn't share any details beyond that. Investigators say Decker, the father, has now been charged with 3 counts of first-degree custodial interference. We are expecting Wenatchee police to provide more details sometime this morning. As soon as we know, we, of course, will let you know. Let's just hope that those girls are safe and sound.
Luke, thank you. It's 6:05 now. The FBI, DEA, U.S. Attorney, and Seattle Police have announced more than a dozen arrests after round 2 of an undercover operation targeting drug traffickers in the Chinatown International District.
We get more on this from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
This was an 18-month undercover operation that culminated in 14 indictments and 11 arrests last week, along with the seizure of $3 million in drugs, cash, and weapons. Here's DEA Special Agent in Charge, David Reams.
Drugs and guns are evils that go together. And in this case, we targeted offenders who use both to prey on some of our most vulnerable communities. They dealt in death in the form of drugs and guns.
3 people are still at large, and the operation is ongoing. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
2 sold-out concerts. Well, they turned into a traffic mess incarnation. Fox 13 Seattle reports the show at Remlinger Farms caused gridlock all weekend. The trouble spot was the intersection of State Route 203 and Tolt Hill Road. Locals say they felt trapped in their own neighborhoods. Even with traffic crews on site, cars backed up for miles. Seattle Theater Group, which runs the concert, says they're working on fixes. City wants a roundabout, but funding didn't make the state budget this year.
And help is on the way for ferry riders this summer. Como TV reports the MV Wenatchee is finally coming back soon, and it's now hybrid electric. The ferry's been out of service for nearly 2 years during its conversion. It's the largest passenger ferry in the U.S. to go electric. Vigor Marine in Seattle led the project with nearly 700 workers on the job. The Wenatchee will return to the Seattle-Bainbridge route this summer. That means more space for cars and passengers and fewer delays. Also a big win for the environment, cutting diesel use and emissions.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, it's Tuesday.
I let you back in. Wasn't that nice of me?
That is very nice of you. How was it without me yesterday,
We missed you.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
It was kind of boring.
I woke up at, 8:10 yesterday morning in our travel trailer. And first of all, oh man, the bed in there is nice.
Oh, good.
It's more comfortable than my bed at home.
Oh, okay.
But second, it was nice sleeping in.
I bet.
I knew we were in good hands.
We held down the fort for you.
Was Sully behaving himself?
No.
Okay.
Well, why would he do such a thing?
Yeah, it was actually kind of quiet
I
in
think
here
we were all
without
kind of
him.
tired yesterday, actually, but it's nice to have you back, Charlie.
Oh, well, it's good to be back. We have producer David Burbank in studio. Katrina Gashard is at the news desk. And Nick Krasia is running the board for us this morning and picking the music.
And coming up on this hour of the show, our weekly chat with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. He weighs in on the big national story. stories of the week.
And this hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control Services.
It's now 6:09. Former Seattle City Council member Shama Sawant has made it official. She's running for Congress.
Because when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Sawant has entered the race to challenge Representative Adam Smith for Washington's 9th Congressional District in the 2026 midterm election. She made it clear she's unhappy with both the Republicans and Democrats. She pledged her campaign would push free health care for all. She also made repeated references to Smith, a ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, as a warmonger.
I'm not in the business of lying to the working class. I don't go around giving guarantees. What I do tell working people is that we can win if we fight, so let's fight.
Scott Carty, KIRO Newsradio.
What started as a DUI stop in Tacoma ended with a seizure of a submachine gun. It started when police pulled a driver over for speeding and suspected impairment. KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay breaks it down for us.
Turns out he was a convicted felon on bail for burglary. During the stop, he admitted to recently using meth. This was captured by an officer's body camera.
You're making me a little bit uncomfortable. Can I get you to step up for me, please? Is that the only weapon on you?
No, there's a Mac 11.
Say what?
There's a Mac 11 on the floor.
Oh, yeah, there sure is.
There were other guns in the car, too, and even more in the man's home, and a large amount of ammunition. He was booked into jail on DUI and several weapons charges. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Security is tighter at Enumclaw High School after a break-in over the weekend. Surveillance video caught 3 masked people, one with a handgun. Here's Police Chief Tim Floyd.
It seems to us that maybe they were rehearsing for an active shooter event.
He says they didn't break anything or take anything.
The way they were moving about the building with the one subject with the gun, another subject was filming the entire thing. It seemed like, to us, it seemed like reconnaissance.
Floyd says there was no previously known threat to the school. They have boosted security, though, out of an abundance of caution. We're putting those photos of those 3 people at mynorthwest.com.
After a shooting at Harry Todd Park, Lakewood is adding more police patrols. 7 people were shot last week after a fight broke out. News Tribune reports 1 man is still in critical condition. 2 others are seriously hurt. 4 more are unstable, including 3 teenagers. Police hadn't added summer patrols yet when it happened. That usually starts later in the season, but now extra officers are ready out at city parks. No arrests yet, but the investigation is still active.
More Microsoft workers are getting pink slips. The company reported to the state it plans to lay off another 305 workers this August. That's in addition to previous cuts announced last month, totaling about 6,000 employees company-wide. Here in Washington, these latest layoffs bring the total number of job cuts to nearly 2,300 in recent weeks.
A pride flag request is stirring debate in Linwood. An LGBTQ plus nonprofit says the city denied their request to fly a pride flag at Wilcox Park. That's despite a pride flag flying at City Hall. KOMO TV reports a group, Linwood Pride, says the city's policy is outdated. They even called for the parks director to resign. City spokesperson Nathan McDonald says the group did not follow the permit rules. He says there's no current policy for flying specialty flags in park. City is now reviewing what happened and working on a new policy.
We'll get to our traffic and weather in a moment, but first, 35 years ago, yesterday, June 2nd, 1990, what happened? Well, the big unit threw the first no-hitter in Seattle Mariners history.
Swing! It's over! He has done it! High fastball, Randy Johnson being mobbed by Scott Brown.
Any day you can hear Dave Niehaus is a good day. Mariners marking their 35-year anniversary by announcing they are retiring Randy Johnson's number 51. The Mariners have also retired the number 51 for fellow Hall of Famer Ichiro Suzuki. That ceremony happened last summer. Johnson, of course, won a Cy Young Award during his 10-year run with the Mariners.
You know, he left the Mariners. It wasn't the best of breakups.
No.
And to hear what he had to say at a press conference, wanting to kind of build back and come back and rebuild those relationships with Seattle fans. Great to read.
We'll take it.
We'll take it.
Like Randy.
Yeah, how do you retire the same number twice?
That is a little strange, isn't it?
Doesn't make any sense to me. It's either retired or it's not.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
It's 6:13, and that is time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Another beautiful day. Sunny, warming up to about 73 for today. Just for the rest of the week, it's going to be lovely. Just scattered clouds at times. Otherwise, by Thursday, we'll be into the mid-70s, pushing 80 Friday and Saturday. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 52.
At 6:13, we go over to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are enjoying a pretty good drive so far this morning. No real shockers out there. We do have the brake lights in the usual suspect locations. I'm going to start down in Nisqually, where we have some pretty sizable sun glare to deal with as we work our way northbound past the river and then up the hill. 35 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. Once you're past that, DuPont on up, it's going to be nice and easy. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running about 45 now. We're definitely seeing a lot more braking up through the construction zone. The Valley Freeway, also a little over 40 minutes now. Brake lights really heavy in Auburn, but nothing out of line. The Renton S-curve's already off to the races, 20 minutes plus there. Maple Valley Highway pretty heavy as well, heading up from 18 past Cedar Grove, but again, nothing out of the ordinary. Lake bridges are fine. Coming down from the north end, a little bit of braking in Marysville. Good news is 529 southbound is open, so you can get off there unlike you could yesterday. Hoping today will be much better. Then we have about a 40-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by AAA. You know what's fun? Summer. You know what's not fun? Summer spent on the side of the road. Join AAA Washington today and keep your summer moving.
It's now 6:14, and KIRO News Radio morning editor Katrina Gashard is here with a story about a toddler who went on quite the wild ride inside Newark Airport, of all places.
That's right. We're all parents here. Do you have any good or bad memories of traveling with your kids when they were little?
Yes, at SeaTac Airport. I left my daughter's little hop that she got from Swedish Hospital when she was born in the restroom all the way on the other side of the airport.
Manda.
I know. I was panicked. We were traveling just the two of us. Yeah. And so a nice lady in the little Alaska Airlines lounge said, I'm happy to babysit. Here are some crayons. And I went trucking through the airport and found Hop still laying there.
Well, that's a happy ending. Well, this story, yes and no. It terrified me. A 2-year-old boy slipped away from his mom and climbed onto the conveyor belt.
Oh, my God. So I didn't lose my daughter. I just lost the toy. Whew.
And the belt took him away down a chute into the luggage screening area. A Port Authority officer found him just as he was about to pass through the X-ray machine.
Could you imagine?
He was not hurt. He and his family made their flight to Tampa, Florida. This happened last week. It was the latest scare at the airport, which has been plagued by flight cancellations and delays because of the air traffic controller shortage. But this, is a major scare for me. I have a 2-year-old. I cannot imagine the terror and panic I would feel, like just seeing him and then he's not there anymore.
That would never happen with my daughter, but my son, I can guarantee you that was certainly in the cards, something he could have done.
Okay, so he was a wanderer then, I'm assuming?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad everyone is okay.
Me too. Thanks, guys.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It's Tuesday, and every Tuesday we check in with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold to talk about the big national stories of the week.
David, good morning.
Morning.
Let's start with the so-called big, beautiful bill. Lawmakers are back from recess yesterday to negotiate the spending package. Where do we stand on all of it this morning?
Well, you probably remember it passed the House barely a few weeks ago, and now it's up to the Senate. And the Republicans in the Senate don't seem in any hurry to pick it up anytime soon. I think there's a lot of folks there who want to significantly change what's in it. Some people feel like some parts of it cut too much. Other people feel like the other parts of it cut too little. The biggest concern we're hearing from Republicans in the Senate is that there's basically that it grows the debt and deficit too much, that it balloons the debt and deficit. So they're looking for ways to make this cost less. And that means either reducing some of the tax cuts that are in the bill or cutting more out of federal spending. Either way, I expect a long slog in the Senate. I do think they'll pass something, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon.
Does it seem like with the narrow majority that passed the big, beautiful bill in the House, any changes could be fraught with peril if they tried to bring it back to the House to vote on whatever changes the Senate made?
I think that's right. There are, though, a lot of the people that have caused trouble for Republican leaders like Speaker Mike Johnson in the past, these hard-right conservatives. They're also sort of Trump lackeys. And if Trump tells them to vote for this bill, they eventually will. I think that's been the dynamic in the Trump era, which is these people rebel the first few times, and then when Trump tells them to get in line, they get in line. So I think that eventually the House will pass whatever the Senate passes. It's just the question is the senators have a little more independence. They're elected on a longer timeline. They have less to fear from Trump, so they may make a lot of changes in this bill that Republicans in the House don't like, but will eventually pass.
You mentioned Speaker Johnson. He's been quite visible over the past couple of days. What's he doing to try to sell this to his constituents?
Well, he's out there. I mean, he knows these people like Trump better than like him, than even people in his own district. And so I think he's going to try to go out there and say, look, Trump wanted us to do this big, beautiful bill. We got it passed. You got all these tax cuts. It cuts all these things you want cut. The amazing thing to me is just having covered Republicans since the Tea Party movement of 2010, when deficits and debt were everything. That was all they talked about. How okay they are with this bill blowing up the deficit, blowing up the debt, adding trillions of dollars in debt, and sort of walking past that because it satisfies their short-term needs right now.
We're speaking with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. Let's transition over to tariffs. There is a major deadline the administration has set. What are we looking for in the coming 24, 48 hours, David?
Well, I mean, I hate to be cynical, but you guys saw this exchange with Trump last week where somebody mentioned what they call the taco trade. Trump always chickens out. That seems to be what the Wall Street has come around to the belief that no matter what Trump threatens, that eventually he does back down and declare victory and move on. That he's not really interested in keeping the kind of draconian tariffs on the economy that are going to cause major economic turmoil. I think he stepped back from that precipice again and again and again. That each of these successive threats against China, like we're talking about now, or Europe or anybody else, that people put less and less stock into them every single time because he always backs down. So I think there is a deadline coming, but I don't expect anything catastrophic. I think Trump will find a way to declare victory and not disrupt the economy.
Do you think ultimately this will end up in the Supreme Court?
I think the argument about Trump's ability to impose tariffs in this specific way through what they call like a national emergency, I think will end up in the Supreme Court. I don't know how, the Supreme Court has given Trump a lot of what he wants, but not everything. And this is a real separation of powers issue. Basically, this is a way where Trump is saying, even though the Constitution explicitly says that Congress sets tariffs, that I can do it because it's an emergency, and the emergency is just international trade. It's not actually an emergency. It's just the state of international trade as it's been over the last few decades. I think he might lose that in the Supreme Court. That said, this Congress seems to really want Trump to have this power, so I think he'll find some other authority to claim, the ability to impose tariffs or to use, different mechanisms that are more squarely legal.
And then lastly, David, you have been following the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, for the past several months. Now Elon Musk is departing. What's your takeaway as he is leaving and the mission, I suppose, continues?
I'd say the mission continues, and I think some of his people will remain in the government. But I think, what he wanted to do, which is a sort of blitzkrieg approach to, go in and make huge changes, use the great political capital Trump had at the beginning of his term to make these generational changes in government, I think you can say it didn't work. There were a couple of agencies, USAID, the most important, that were decimated, and those are real changes to government. But in terms of, making government much more efficient, making government much smaller, I don't think we really saw any meaningful progress for those things. And the progress that he made is about to be wiped out by this giant bill, which, as we said, increases the deficits and debt. The interesting thing to me, there was a story in the Washington Post the other day about how the DOGE was promised to make the government more efficient. That was sort of they were cutting, but yes, we're also making the government work better and be more efficient. But they actually imposed all these new rules and boxes and forms that make everything far less efficient. It takes so much longer to find somebody to wash the windows on the embassy in Paris now because of all the things that DOGE put in. So it doesn't seem like they made any meaningful improvement, at least in the efficiency or the cost of government.
Thank you, David. We always enjoy chatting with you on Tuesdays. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Thank you.
It's 6:22. Let's go over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Real quick, Sully, before the full report, what are things looking like on I-90 and Highway 18? I got caught in that backup yesterday.
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Not too bad as of yet. Yeah. So you were part of the crew that is heading westbound on I-90 trying to go westbound on 18.
Yeah, and it's kind of confusing. They call it southbound as well.
And so you had to go down one more exit, do a U-turn, and come back to go. Yeah,
which was fine.
If only you had warned us about this.
I did.
I know, I'm kidding.
All of last week.
I'm kidding.
And so did Nate.
I had so many people not believing me it was okay to get on the freeway there as we were heading east of the mountains. They didn't believe me.
Yeah, during this closure, you can go from northbound or eastbound 18 to eastbound I-90. You can't go westbound or continue up to Snoqualmie Parkway.
Yeah.
Going the other direction, it's in reverse. So yeah, you just so you made it home safely.
I did.
Were people trying to get off there at 18?
Well, it was fairly
pretty well blocked off, right?
What didn't help was the big crash that had both lanes blocked for about half an hour. That was fun.
Yeah, but no, right now it doesn't look too bad at all.
Okay.
So, again, it's early in the morning, but again, Tiger Mountain, it's only backed up from like the raging river. It isn't too bad at this point. The rest of the map looks normal for a Tuesday. We have the brake lights right there in Auburn, and at the north end, give yourself 45 minutes to go from Puyallup up to Renton, and then Renton to Bellevue is a little over 25 as the S-curves are starting to get active. Northbound I-5 from Olympia to Tacoma is not too bad, 35 minutes, and then Federal Way to Seattle is about 45 now. Starting to see a little bit more action through Federal Way and at the north end part of that drive. Coming down from the north end, it's heavy in Marysville, but nothing like yesterday. You still need about 20 minutes from Arlington to Everett. You can get off at southbound 529 in Marysville. That is open today. They opened it way early, probably 24 hours ahead of time. So that's good. And then you have about a 40 to 42-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Get whole house cooling and heating with one ultra-efficient new heat pump and save up to $6,000. Take 18 months to pay. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
The official forecast from KIRO 7 says plentiful sunshine for today. We'll take that. 73 the high. For tomorrow, you might see some clouds early on, but sunny again in the afternoon and 71 into the mid-70s for Thursday, Friday, possibly 80 on Saturday. Right now, it's 52 in Seattle.
And coming up, we'll have the latest on the search for 3 missing girls. It's focused on a campground in Wenatchee. Luke Ducey will have the details on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
It's all too common of an occurrence. You need some work done on your home, so you call 3 contractors. Someone didn't even show up to provide an estimate. Another gave you a quote that changed twice. So you settle on the third, who left behind a mess you're still trying to clean up. At Valentine Roofing, we know you don't just want someone to complete your job. You deserve the one, because it's your home and you want it done right. Skip the headaches. Valentine Roofing is the one. At Valentine, we take pride in what we call the Valentine experience. It's 3 simple principles we focus on every day: seamless communication, meticulous cleanup, and going the extra mile. So next time you need work done on your home's exterior, remember who the one is. Valentine Roofing is the one who provides hassle-free estimates within about an hour of our arrival. We're the one who stands behind our work with a lifetime warranty, and we're the one who truly cares about your Valentine experience. So for all your roofing, siding, and gutter needs, schedule your free estimate today with the one, Valentine Roofing, by calling us at 206 Roofing.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
For many years now, Heritage Homecraft has been making stunning kitchens for the folks of Puget Sound. Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. When we resurface your existing cabinet boxes, install custom-built cabinet doors, and tailored quartz countertops, it'll transform any old, outdated kitchen into the showpiece of your home as it ought to be. All done in about a week without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of a complete tear-out. Not a national chain, your new kitchen is designed, created, and installed by a team of dedicated craftspeople who live and work here in the Pacific Northwest. Have one of our professional representatives out for a free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to you and leave you with an exact quote for your new kitchen. I promise you'll be amazed by the quality and transformation. Just ask any one of our thousands of satisfied customers. If you call today, there's still time to have your new kitchen installed before summer. Call today, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you, your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood, and now 2 new spots as well. That's irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
It's a brave face we put on. We never want to be any trouble. But you know, getting older isn't all smiles and birthday parties. Sometimes it's facing the fact that we are aging. And you know what? That can be pretty hard. If you need a little support or just want to talk to someone, 988 is here for you. It's free and it's confidential. Call 988 anywhere, anytime. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Through June, take advantage of 12-month same-as-cash financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months from Lake Washington Windows. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:31. There are big questions this morning about why a missing persons alert for 3 young girls from Wenatchee has been canceled.
The girls were on visitation with their father, but he failed to bring them home on time. Their mother has spoken with the media, and KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here in the studio with the latest. Luke?
And she says to media that, in her mind, the search remains ongoing. So what does it mean that the alert was canceled? Does it mean that they've located the girls? Those are the questions we're asking law enforcement. But this is what the girl's mother, Whitney Decker, told KIRO 7 TV about the father, 32-year-old Travis Decker.
Travis has really struggled since he left the military, and his mental health can be hard sometimes. And I think this is an effect of that. And I don't personally think that he's dangerous. I think that he is impulsive, and he loves his children very much.
Investigators say the girls, Olivia, Evelyn, and Peyton, who are 5, 8, and 9 years old, were on visitation with their father. He picked them up in Wenatchee on Friday, but didn't tell anyone apparently where he was taking them. Yesterday, Chelan County deputies shut down a road and a SWAT team was sent to a campground about 18 miles west of Leavenworth. The undersheriff says it was part of an ongoing investigation but would not share any details beyond that. Investigators say Decker, the father, has now been charged with 3 counts of first-degree custodial interference. I reached out to WSP this morning. They tell me any and all information at this point will come from Wenatchee Police. We are expecting Wenatchee PD will send out a press release sometime this morning. As soon as we know details, we will, of course, pass them on to you, our listeners. Let's just hope for the best in this case.
All right, Luke, thank you. It's 6:33 now. For those who live and work in the Chinatown International District, some good news. Seattle police and federal partners have announced an 18-month undercover drug investigation. 14 people were indicted, 11 arrested last week. This is Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes.
These criminals did the worst kind of damage to our community. Armed with guns, including assault rifles.
Seized in the operation were large amounts of fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin, and methamphetamine.
It's now 6:33, and we need to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. We do that every 10 minutes for you. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we're definitely seeing a little bit more red on the map, but not too bad overall. I mean, if you're coming up the Renton S curves, you will see some brake lights up past about 30th. So give yourself 25 minutes to make that drive, which at this time of day isn't too bad. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, about 45 minutes from end to end, which is about what you should expect. About 40 now from Olympia to Tacoma, with a little bit more slowing through the sun glare coming down the hill out of Lacey towards the Nisqually Basin. Then after that, not too bad. Some brake lights up the Fife Hill. Federal Way to Seattle at 45 to 48 minutes now. So definitely brake lights going up past the Kent Des Moines Road and then a little bit towards the north end past the West Seattle Bridge. Coming down from the north end, definitely heavy brake lights through the Tulalip area on southbound I-5 getting into Marysville. You're going to need about 25 minutes to go from Arlington into Everett, but you can get off on southbound 529. That construction project opened up late last night, opened up early. So you can go that way if that's your normal commute. And for those of you on Highway 530 east of Arlington, the entire roadway is closed for a crash. This just came in. This is east of Oso. So between Darrington and Arlington, that road is closed at this point. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube. Click subscribe. Get fresh video content daily.
Forecast looks beautiful. Mid-70s, sunny today. The next several days, every temperature begins with a 7, and then we hit Saturday.
It might be an 8, huh?
It might be an 8, might be a mid-8 on Sunday. So nice warm stretch ahead. Right now in Seattle, we have sunny skies and 51 at 6:35.
And it's time for the opening bell now. Layoffs continue at Microsoft as we hear from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Microsoft plans to lay off more than 300 Washington workers in August. This is on top of the nearly 2,000 workers that announced last month would be losing their jobs here in our state. This is part of the largest mass layoff in more than 2 years for the company. Last month, Microsoft started laying off nearly 3% of its overall workforce. That's about 6,000 people. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
If you're flying with Horizon Air this summer, check your flight. Alaska Airlines just delayed 2 new Embraer planes from Brazil. They say tariffs are driving up the cost for those new planes, and they don't want to pay extra. According to the Seattle Times, those jets were supposed to arrive last month, but Alaska says the 10% import tax, the tariff, is still too steep. So now Horizon is canceling 14 flights a day through July, and it will affect routes across the Northwest, California, even in Canada.
Big changes are underway at Kaiser Permanente in Everett. Staff just moved into a brand new building yesterday, and starting today, patients will too. It's a $140 million expansion, adding more than 150,000 square feet. Kaiser says it's part of a $1 billion push to upgrade care across the state. They started planning this in 2019.
A multi-million-dollar update to Lumen Field ahead of the 2026 World Cup. The turf is out. Real grass will be going in. It's a stitched blend of natural and synthetic grass to meet FIFA's, is it FIFA? FIFA standards.
FOFUM.
Means new irrigation, ventilation, and grow lights, too. The work starts after the NFL season. It will end in early 2026. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the state is spending $46.6 million on World Cup prep. Lumen Shields Fair, $19.4 million. They'll also swap out the Hawk's Nest benches for seats with backs.
And those seats are going to stay after the World Cup.
I had read that. And I apologize for our soccer fans today.
We're going to be talking about this a lot in the months to come, Charlie. So.
Okay.
Well, some of us will.
FIFA.
Some of us will.
You're going to be forced to listen to it and hear a lot about it because a lot of money is going into this. Spokane is cracking down on crypto kiosks. The Center Square says city leaders want to ban them after a spike in scams. Washington ranked among the top states for crypto fraud last year. Victims, mostly seniors, were tricked into sending money through kiosks. Police say they're seeing multiple scams every day. The new proposal would ban kiosks citywide and require removal within 60 days. It's already been reviewed by city attorneys and could move forward soon.
In the coming hours, we expect to hear the May car sales figures. They are expected to show a return to some stability in the marketplace.
That stability follows a crowded spring at dealerships with customers trying to beat tariff-related price increases. While May sales are expected to be up from last year, Toyota's marketing chief Michael Tripp has seen some cooling.
Demand is still above what we expected, but not quite at the frantic pace it was at the end of March.
Carmakers' inventories are now smaller, meaning buyers are finding fewer discounts. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
Wall Street trading's underway for the day, and the Dow is up 32 points at 42,337. NASDAQ is down about 10, S&P 500 down 3.
Now, a word from KIRO 7 TV. KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
All right, Sully, what's your traffic hotspot right now?
Right now, it's southbound I-5 through Marysville, kind of a redo from yesterday. Not sure why, so we'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
You listen to Seattle's morning news every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value, including testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
Well, Trina, now you're in charge of ordering food for the office, so meet my mountain of menus.
So, this should be easy.
Easy as pie. You know the mathematical constant for a circle circumference to diameter ratio, pi? It's super complicated.
In that case, I'll be using EasyCater. It's got everything on one simple platform. Tons of restaurants, dietary preferences, even digital receipts.
But my mountain of menus.
How about I order us some pie?
EasyCater, the easy way to get food for work.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's 6:43, and we head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we are definitely seeing another heavy day on southbound I-5, trying to work your way through the Marysville area. It's up to 30 minutes from Arlington to Everett. That's about a 12-minute delay. I know everybody was expecting 529 southbound to be closed again today. It is not. Work wrapped up early. Southbound 529 out of Marysville down to Everett is open. So use your normal commuting pattern today, and maybe we can clean some of this out. Or it might just be volume. Might be, it's Tuesday, one of our heaviest days of the week. So looking at that drive, 30 minutes, and then you've got about a 45 to 50-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue as you move further south. Coming up from the north end, we're looking at about a 40-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma, and then about 50 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle. 25 minutes out of Auburn, definitely starting to see a few more brake lights there. And
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
Northbound 167 Hot Lane, $15, only saving you 4 minutes. 45 minutes all the way from the Puyallup area, and then Renton to Bellevue is getting closer to 30 minutes. And a reminder for those of you going between Darrington and the Arlington area, 530 is closed east of Oso for a crash. Waiting to get more information on that. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Well, the updated forecast from KIRO 7, it looks like it might be a little bit warmer than anticipated by the time we get to the weekend. Today, sunshine 73, 71 tomorrow, sunny for Thursday and Friday. We'll be pushing 80 on Friday, 80 Saturday, possibly 85 on Sunday. Little heat wave going on. And in fact, it's going to stick with us through Monday, too. Sunny and 81 Monday. Right now, it's 52 in the sunshine in Seattle.
6:45 now, and Katrina Gashard joins us. Good morning, Katrina.
Good morning. Well, there's an etiquette expert in Britain who is shaking up the internet with his take on the proper way to eat a banana. So here's William Hansen. He's getting a lot of attention for his Instagram how-to.
We don't pick it up and peel it like a primate. Instead, we use a knife and fork.
So if you peel your bananas, apparently you've got it all wrong.
First, going from one end, cut it off, then cut off the other end, turning your knife on its side, then score down the skin, peel back, and eat like so.
We need to see Sully's face right now. The video has gone viral, not because banana lovers are agreeing or want to use the technique. They are calling it outrageous. One person even accused him of offending the entire world's population. So how do you guys eat your bananas?
Who has that kind of time? Just peel it and shove it down your gullet.
Don't eat it like a primate. Aren't we primates?
Indeed, we are.
Okay, especially Sully.
Yeah, I just grab the top and pull and rip like that. Yeah.
I think someone wanted some attention online. That's what I think.
That's what we would call rage bait.
Yeah, all right. All right. Okay. Got to get better at that. Katrina, thank you. It's 6:46, and coming up, your personal finance moment with Brian Evans from Madrona Financial Service.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup,
something I can solve myself,
try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear,
call Apollo Plumbing.
The ready right now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger wielding plumber.
A clean screen trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy.
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
Time now for a personal finance update sponsored by Madrona Financial and CPAs. Brian Evans from Madrona has pretty much seen it all. He's been a CPA for more than 40 years and a registered investment advisor for 25. So if you've got a money question, odds are he's got a story. And Brian, I want to talk about something that comes up for a lot of people in the Seattle area. How do we even get started on an emergency fund when everything is so expensive right now?
Yeah, this is kind of a tough topic because, on paper is, I can say, well, you should save up 3 to 6 months of expenses. And well, easy for you to say, I'm barely making my bills here, Brian. So I don't want to suppose that I know your financial situation. I'm just going to suggest that start with something, even if that number's small, and don't let it intimidate you to start slowly. If you can get 1,000, 5,000, whatever, and build from there, maybe get to that 3 to 6 months of expenses someday. One of the facts and figures, though, that's very alarming is the Federal Reserve reports that about 4 in 10 U.S. adults would not be able to cover an unexpected $500 expense. Now, I've told my own kids, every month of your life, you will have a $500 unexpected expense. It could be a vet bill, a car repair, a medical bill, just whatever it is. That's just a reality of our world. And so it's a scary statistic to think that 40% of Americans can't even do that.
So many of us, you hear of people who are struggling, and it's a real thing. So I'm glad you bring that up. In terms of importance, I know this is difficult, but is it saving up for the emergency fund? Is that what you need to do first? Is it cutting down your credit card bills, contributing to your 401k? If there was one thing you had to do first, what do you tell people?
Well, the one thing I would do is all of the above. How's that for an answer on the one thing? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. But you mentioned should you pay off your high debt credit cards first? And I would say absolutely. There's a strategy there, kind of the debt avalanche method, we call it, where you're going to look at your maybe you have multiple credit cards, and it's pretty easy for me to advise somebody on which one to pay off first. Look at the interest rates. So whatever has the highest interest rate, start there. Start working your way down to there to where you get to the lower ones. If they're all pretty high, are you able to get a 0% card for a while and then pay off the higher ones to start making some progress? I think it starts with understanding your budget because in my own family, I've got kids in their early 20s and we had a discussion once because one of them was buying Uber Eats. I'm like, okay, I get it when I want to do that. I've, been working my whole life. I got money put away. You don't. And he just thought it was a necessity. Well, I was hungry, so I wanted some food quickly. I'm like, okay. Well, I think our the younger generations often think that things that we always thought were a luxury, they see as a necessity. And so we talked about, we looked at, I remember one of the bills, and it was like $35 for $3 worth of food. And I said, you're paying $35. I mean, that could feed you for almost a week if you go to the grocery store and cook it yourself. So just an example of examine your own expenses, not from necessarily just cutting back for the sake of cutting back, but separating what is a luxury and what really is a necessity. And is there a way I could have a better foundation for how I spend my money?
Do you have any favorite tools or apps for keeping people on track with this sort of thing?
Yeah, any kind of app that you use out there for tracking, whether it's Mint or Empower or Quicken or whatever it is, just having some kind of help can definitely help a lot.
Brian Evans, Madrona Financial and CPAs. Brian, thanks for your time today. This is some really good advice. We'll check in with you next week.
You got it. Thanks.
6:52 now. Well, in Seaside in Oregon, it's happened again.
Uh-oh.
Massive whale is on the Oregon coast. It's drawing a crowd. Beachgoers near Seaside spotted the 53-foot sperm whale on Thursday. Seaside Aquarium says it was first seen floating offshore May 23rd. K2 News in Portland reports a necropsy shows the whale was likely hit by a ship. The whale will stay on the beach to decompose naturally. It'll feed birds, coyotes, and other wildlife. The aquarium reminds folks to look but don't touch. And you just tell that to your dog that you're going on a walk on the beach. A few years ago, we were down in Oregon. A whale had washed ashore, and people were there, and their dogs were going crazy.
Keep the dogs on the leash around the dead whale.
Yeah. That's just generally a good life policy.
Yeah,
I just had that smell in my nose.
You know what?
Yeah. Instantly, as soon as because there was one down in Long Beach. We were down there a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's just
nice.
A distinctive beach rotting carcass smell.
Good morning. How's your breakfast?
Yeah. Enjoy your cornflakes. Yeah, I smell it's in there somehow. So
all right, it is 6:53.
They use a Vicks Vapor rub sometimes underneath the nose, like in Silence of the Lambs.
I'm familiar. I knew exactly where you were going with that.
Okay, let's get to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, Sully.
And this is where Sully's Army comes to work. I can't do this job without people like Steven, who are just letting me know they're my eyes out there. Here is why it is still so slow on I-5 southbound through Marysville. WashDOT still has signs up saying that 529 is closed, but 529 is not closed.
That's what they finished early, right?
They finished work early. Southbound 529 is open. No need to merge over or do something different. It's open, despite what the signs say. So I've reached out to WashDOT to see if we can get that rectified. But it's 30 minutes from Arlington to Everett, probably plus 15. And then you have about a 55-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. So that's about normal. Federal Way to Seattle's about 55 minutes to an hour. Valley Freeway, 50 minutes definitely, and then a half an hour from Renton to Bellevue. Across the lake, we're doing okay. So other than up in Marysville, everything looks relatively normal. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. Never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service, help your company look good with logo, apparel, and more. Visit suplinen.com.
Well, we're looking for a high in the mid-70s today. Sunny the rest of the week. Right now in Seattle, it's 52 and sunny.
And coming up as we approach Seattle's mayoral primary election, we're asking candidates to join Seattle's morning news. And Joe Malahan's going to stop by the studio to share why he's tossed his hat into the ring coming up at 7:15.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Get away this summer on the FRS Clipper Fast Ferry to beautiful Victoria, BC. Named the world's #1 small city by Condé Nast readers. Enjoy fabulous restaurants, shopping, and outdoor adventures. Save with overnight and travel packages. Book today at frsclipper.com.
Hey 12, Steve Rabel here, voice of your Seattle Seahawks. The wait is over, and tickets are on sale now for our historic 50th season. This season is going to be legendary, with past, present, and future colliding at Lumen Field. Get your tickets today at Seahawks.com/tickets.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads, great for you, and so easy you could put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage, weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans, also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You spit in today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. You know, I've been a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic since 2009, and Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. You know what's amazing, Doctor? The feelings that you have after just a couple of months. You sleep better. Your strength and vitality, it is evident that it works. It's really a mindset, though, Dr. Mixon, because a lot of people, well, this is what's supposed to happen.
Let us help you be stronger, faster, leaner, smarter, sexier, but most important, happier. I'm less impressed by how many years I might live, but how much I live during my years. You know, the option is here. Nobody's going to make you go to longevity. But the opportunity is there, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. I don't know why anybody would not want to do what we do.
And that's where Longevity Medical Clinic comes in. So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A third day of deadly violence for hungry Palestinians rushing to pick up desperately needed food in Gaza. Local officials say 27 people were killed in Israeli strikes on a checkpoint in Rafah. The BBC's Barbara Platt-Usher.
The shootings took place in roughly the same location as the deadly incident 2 days ago, less than a mile from an aid distribution site where thousands of hungry people gathered, waiting to be granted access. One eyewitness said the soldiers started firing heavily when people ignored warning shots and rushed towards the aid hub. The army said it did fire, but only at a few suspects who deviated from the designated route.
The Israeli military says it is looking into reports of casualties. Israel's foreign ministry says comments by the UN Secretary General referring to the violence as appalling are a disgrace. Smoke blowing into the U.S. from giant wildfires in Canada is spreading out. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
We're getting a little bit of rain in the area. That will help. So we'll look for some improving conditions, but smoke is going to head into the east as well. So everyone's going to see a little bit of this. Most of it will stay at the higher levels.
Millions of Americans are under air quality alerts. Harvard is warning of big losses if federal funding isn't restored.
In a new court filing, the university says the Trump administration's funding freeze will lead to the loss of data collection in health and environmental research, wasting public investment. It says labs will shutter, sensitive equipment will degrade, perishable samples will spoil, and researchers will go elsewhere. In another filing, Harvard says it has taken steps to address anti-Semitism and protect Jewish students, which the administration had accused it of not doing. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
In South Korea, supporters of the liberal presidential candidate cheering with an exit poll projecting Lee Jae-myung the winner over conservative Kim Moon-soo. The BBC's Jean McKenzie is in Seoul.
The new president now has to deal with pressing problems abroad. At the top of that list is high-stakes negotiations with President Trump over tariffs and South Korea's defense.
The winner will replace former President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was removed from office after he declared martial law. A new search is underway in the case of Madeleine McCann, the 3-year-old British girl who disappeared in Portugal more than 18 years ago. CBS's Lee Kinnery says they're scouring the property of a German man named Christian Bruckner.
Police haven't disclosed any evidence or details that explains why they've renewed this search nearly 2 decades on. But we do know they're focusing on land around the house of the only suspect.
The Dow is down 78 points in early trading, NASDAQ up 63. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And this is atypical for me. I'm normally a rule follower. I tell people to follow the rules and the signs on the road.
Oh, here comes the bad Sully.
Sometimes the signs are wrong. 529 southbound is open from Marysville to Everett. Even though WashDOT accidentally left the signs up saying that it is closed and you must merge over several lanes. You don't have to. I know the signs say it, but you don't have to. The roadway is open. This is confirmed by my drivers who are going through it. So you can do that. Don't change your commute coming down from the north end. And don't merge over if you don't need to, because we do have a 15-minute delay from Arlington to Everett at 30 minutes. And it's somewhat unnecessary because the signs are wrong. Doesn't happen very often, but there you go. Then you have a big drive away from Linwood. It's an hour from Everett into Bellevue, 55 minutes from Everett to Seattle, close to an hour from Federal Way to Seattle, 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. No shockers there. 30 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. Olympia to Tacoma is cruised along nicely. Just some brake lights through Nisqually up towards Mounts Road. About 38 minutes for you. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:04. We are expecting a news release any time now about 3 young girls who went missing over the weekend.
The girls' mother says the girls were on a visitation with their father, but he didn't bring them home. The Washington State Patrol issued a missing persons alert and then canceled that alert.
With more, here's KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, WSP canceled that alert, but the girl's mother, Whitney Decker, said at one point over the weekend that the search was ongoing. She told KIRO 7 TV this about the father, 32-year-old Travis Decker, early in the search for those girls.
Travis has really struggled since he left the military, and his mental health can be hard sometimes. And I think this is an effect of that. And I don't personally think that he's dangerous. I think that he is impulsive, and he loves his children very much.
Investigators say the father picked up his daughters on Friday, Olivia, Evelyn, and Peyton, who are 5, 8, and 9 years old, but he didn't tell anyone where he was taking them. State troopers canceled their alert yesterday evening. That could mean the girls have been located. Well, yesterday, after the mother talked with media, Chelan County deputies shut down a road and a SWAT team was sent to a campground about 18 miles west of Leavenworth. The undersheriff for Chelan said that was part of an ongoing investigation, but would not share any details beyond that. Investigators say Decker, the father, has now been charged with 3 counts of first-degree custodial interference. I asked WSP why they canceled their alert. All they'll tell me at this point is Wenatchee Police is the lead agency. You're going to have to ask them questions, and so when we have, and so far no word from Wenatchee PD. So we are expecting that update from them anytime this morning. If you're on your way to work right now, when you get there, you can check in on mynorthwest.com to get the very latest. We are all hoping that those girls are safe.
Luke, thank you. The FBI and local law enforcement announced major arrests of drug traffickers in the Chinatown International District.
And we get more on this from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
suspects in Operation Jungle Shrike. The suspects are charged with distributing large amounts of fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine in Seattle and surrounding communities. Here's Acting U.S. Attorney Teal Luthi Miller.
Law enforcement seized 7 kilograms of cocaine, more than 20 pounds of methamphetamine, roughly 80,000 suspected deadly fentanyl pills, and more than $350,000 in cash.
Authorities say some of those arrested are legal citizens and some have been deported and then returned to the country. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, it's 7:07 on a Tuesday morning. I'm Charlie, along with Manda, returning.
Welcome back. How was the baseball?
It was fun. We had the tournament in Ellensburg over the weekend. We didn't come home with hardware, but it was a hard-fought battle for those boys.
And a good lesson.
It was a good lesson about maybe focusing at the game at hand, not the next game.
The good news is you have a tournament, every weekend now for 3 months or something?
Yeah, we're down in Centralia this weekend, so a lot
Another
of travel
shot
ball
at it.
for sure.
All right, Sullivan's here, keeping an eye on the roads for us. Producer David Burbank is here, and morning editor Katrina Gashard as well. Nick Krasha at the buttons, making everything happen.
All right, and some beautiful weather this morning throughout the week. Just about all you can hope for from late spring. Perfect weather for baseball. Mariners taking on the Orioles for 3 games beginning today at T-Mobile Park. All 3 days value games. Ticket prices
$10. What a beautiful weekend or week that is for baseball.
Yeah, for sure. Well, coming up in this hour, in just a couple of moments, we will be speaking with Seattle mayoral candidate Joe Mallahan. He is live in studio. Shares why he's running for that office again for the first time since 2009.
It's now 7:08. While we're talking politics, former Seattle City Council member Shama Sawant has made it official. She is running for Congress.
Because when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Surrounded by members of Workers Strike Back, Sawant announced she's challenging Representative Adam Smith for Washington's 9th Congressional District in the 2026 midterm election.
Democrats and Republicans are in power.
What do you say to the people that tell you you have no chance because they're in power?
You know what? I've heard that every single day of the whole decade and the year before that when I ran for the city council.
Sawant made repeated references to Smith, a ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, as a warmonger, and she pledged her campaign would push free health care for all. Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Enumclaw police and school administrators fear intruders who broke into the school over the weekend may have been doing reconnaissance. Here's Police Chief Tim Floyd.
It seems to us that maybe they were rehearsing for an active shooter event.
Surveillance video caught 3 masked people, including one with a handgun, walking slowly through Enumclaw High School, recording the whole thing. They ran off after tripping an alarm and alerting police. Floyd said there's no previously known threat to the school, but they have boosted security out of an abundance of caution. We're putting photos of those 3 suspects on mynorthwest.com.
Police are still searching for a motive after a man stabbed a dozen people at a Northwest homeless shelter Sunday night. We get the details from KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
Police in Salem, Oregon say a man got off a bus, went into the lobby of the Union Gospel Mission shelter, and started stabbing people, including those who tried to intervene. He went outside and continued attacking people until officers arrested him. Public Information Officer Angela Hedrick says police recovered a knife.
It's big in the sense that it's 8 inches, the blade is 8 inches long.
She says the suspect is a 42-year-old man from Bend. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
5 of those victims remain hospitalized with serious injuries.
Seattle Mariners honor one of the game's all-time great pitchers.
Randy Johnson with the first Mariner no-hitter in history.
The Mariners announced yesterday they are retiring Randy Johnson's number 51 jersey. The big unit played 10 seasons in Seattle, won a Cy Young Award here as part of his Hall of Fame career. Mariners have also retired the number 51 for fellow Hall of Famer Ichiro Suzuki. That ceremony took place last summer.
Isn't that funny? I know, Sully, you find that odd.
Yeah, my neighbor and I, again, over the fence yesterday, as we talked about yesterday, we're discussing how do you retire a number twice? I know it's happened before. I mean, the Yankees, the Lakers. But yeah, it just seems odd. It's like, I want to go back and find all the other 51s in the Mariners organization and be like, hey, you guys, your number's retired too. It just seems odd to me. Both well-deserved, but that's just
one
like,
of the Mariner greats.
It's either retired or
Harkening
it's
back
not.
to those days when the big unit was here. Boy, that was fun.
Good times.
All right.
Scary man.
Let's take a look at the weather forecast. It is brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Nice and sunny today, mid-70s. We creep up and up in temperatures. By the time we hit Saturday, we're pushing 80 and 85 for a high on Sunday.
People are going to start complaining.
Right now, it's 52 and sunny in Seattle.
It's 7:12, and time to get to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
Well, I've run it up the flagpole at WashDOT. Hopefully they will remove all the signs saying that southbound 529 is closed because it is indeed open. The roadway opened for construction early. The contractor got things done a little ahead of schedule, but because of those signs, people are still merging over early when they don't need to. But it looks like that backup's getting a little bit better, so maybe they've gone out there and turned those signs off, or maybe put some of those signs down, because it's back under 30 minutes from Arlington to Everett, which is still about 12 minutes slower than it should be, but it's getting better. Then brake lights by the Everett Mall, a little bit more definitely away from Linwood. We've got hour drives already from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Looking at the Olympia to Tacoma Drive, we have the normal stuff through Nisqually, only about 38 minutes to get you up to Tacoma, and then about an hour and 5 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Heavy up past the Kent Des Moines Road through the construction zone, and then past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown. The Puyallup to Renton Drive, about 50 minutes, nothing out of line for you. Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour, and we're definitely seeing a lot more brake lights again on eastbound Highway 18 from the Raging River up to I-90. We still have that construction work there as they're working on the diverging Diamond interchange. You still have the lane restrictions underneath of I-90. The lake bridges, though, are in fine shape. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing convenient flights between Boeing Field and Portland. Seaport Airlines, parking just steps away. No TSA lines. Fly SeaportAir.com.
7:13 now. We head over to Katrina Gashard. An 80s pop star has joined the Billions Club. What's this all about?
Okay, Rick Astley's hit from his debut album just surpassed 1 billion streams on Spotify. It's a classic, I think. The 59-year-old musician says he never could have imagined the song would still be going strong all these decades later. He credits streaming platforms for allowing a whole new generation to listen to his music. Never Gonna Give You Up had a revival in the late 2000s with the Rick Rolling internet meme. The prank used a bait and switch move to open up a disguised hyperlink that had access to his song, of course. To date, it's sold about 5 million copies.
He has enjoyed quite the resurgence. I love him.
He is still out touring, and more people go to his shows. And the Rick Roll is perhaps my favorite prank. It's harmless.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. All right, Katrina, it's 7:14.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Well, the race for Seattle's next mayor is on. 9 candidates have filed their names for the primary election on August 5th. With the general election November 4th, there are some cries for change in leadership from the incumbent, Bruce Harrell.
And one of the candidates gaining public support is Joe Mallahan. He is live with us in the studio on Seattle's Morning News. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
First and foremost, do the Mariners retire 251s? Does that sit well with you?
I think both those 51s deserve retirement.
I do too.
So, Joe, the last we heard from you was back in 2016 when you were running for mayor. It actually, you and Mike McGinn were the 2 finalists, beating out Greg Nichols, who was the incumbent mayor.
We squeaked by Greg in the primary, and then McGinn beat me by a little bit over 1%. Actually, I hate to show my age, but that was actually 2009.
Oh, 2009.
Yeah. Time's flying.
Time is flying. So bring us up to speed. What's your background? Why should you be the next mayor of Seattle?
Yeah, well, I mean, first, I just think we really have it in us to have a model city for progressive government, and we just don't see our values on the streets. And I think that's just because we have a lack of leadership in city government. And I jumped into the race because I don't think there's another candidate that can actually beat Bruce in the general. And I think Bruce has badly mismanaged city government. He's allowed the police department to develop there's a lot going on there, but there's a dysfunctional and demoralized police department, and he hasn't been an activist mayor even remotely in that regard. And homelessness continues to be a huge problem, and he shows very little vision. We've sort of ceded power to decision-making to King County Regional Housing Authority, which seemed like a good idea at the time, but we're getting nothing done. And I think I've got a plan that can get that done.
Boy, 2009. That was a long time ago. How would you say the city has changed since 2009, and what has changed about you that makes you
That's a great question.
the right person to take it over?
I'll tell you, I'm a much better candidate than I was when I lost to Mike McGinn. And God bless Mike. He ran a great campaign, and I ran an okay campaign. What's changed in Seattle, again, our streets are dirtier and less safe. And we, again, we have great progressive values. Well, progressivism would tell you we would take care of the homeless. And quite frankly, we disserve the homeless. We need to add a ton more emergency bedding and get people off the streets and into treatment. You can't treat people for addiction and mental health problems when they're on the street. You just can't. And, we've done an okay job building more affordable housing, although I think there's a lot more we can do. But we've really kind of ignored this key factor. There's just not enough emergency bedding, and therefore people are still on the streets.
Let's talk about homelessness, because you and I bumped into each other at a recent homeless camp cleanup. And one of the major underlying factors, really, there are basically three underlying factors: housing affordability,
sure.
But certainly substance abuse and mental health. And we are not addressing substance abuse in this city. And that is to say that when we have an approach where it's harm reduction, instead of actually asking people about going into treatment proactively. Talk to me about your take on that and how we might change our approach.
I'm glad the drug courts are coming back. I think there needs to be an incentive. We need to, I hate to use this term, but we need to hold the homeless accountable. Now, the vast majority of homeless have mental health and addiction problems, so asking a lot from them isn't reasonable. But you can certainly tell them, look, you can't sit here and deal in and consume drugs in the public space. It's just, it's bad for the common good. It's bad for you. And, we need you to get into treatment. And so there needs to be a little bit of push to treatment, I really believe. But right now, we don't have the housing. Again, I mean emergency beds, and I'd love to talk about tiny homes. We don't have the housing right now to give them treatment. And so it's really on us, not the homeless. But if we had the housing, then, I would take an approach where there's a pretty gentle push to get folks into that. And just, hey, I got a place for you. You just don't have the right to sit here and be consuming drugs in front of people walking by.
What would you like to say about tiny homes?
So tiny homes are this amazingly efficient solution. A tiny home costs $5,000 to build when you're using volunteer labor, and there's all kinds of volunteer labor available. Sound Foundations Northwest has a warehouse down in Soto. They're cranking out 200 of these a year at $5,000 in materials cost, and they've got a fantastic template down there. And if we gave them more space, they could replicate that a couple times. And one tiny home gets 3 people off the street in a year, and that's because the average tenancy is only 4 months. You get a person in a place where they feel safe, they can settle down, they can start receiving treatment, they get sober, and then you look for more permanent, stable housing. And the academic studies on this, Baltimore, Detroit, and Austin, Texas have all done big tiny home developments, and the results are fantastic. Like 90% of people who get into a tiny home a year later are in stable housing still. So it's a fantastic solution, and quite frankly, the King County Regional Housing Authority, for what I perceive as nothing more than personality conflict and politics, is not promoting and pushing that hard. If we had a mayor who said, look, we're going to do tiny homes, we're going to provide wraparound services so those people get treatment and become stable, we could have a huge impact. There's something like 5,000 to 9,000 people on the streets. If we had 2,000 tiny homes, because of the 4-month average tenancy, in a year, we could get 6,000 people off our streets. It's a huge solution.
There's been a big influx of prostitutes on Aurora, North Seattle. We hear from residents there all the time about how the city is not addressing it. You could talk about the sex work, but let's maybe just talk about how it's affecting neighborhoods with regular shootouts and with sex acts happening in people's front yards.
Yeah.
How do you address
I
that?
got a buddy up there at something like 90th and a couple of blocks off Aurora, and he was saying, Joe, I love your talk points, but how are you solving this problem? Well, quite frankly, two of my talk points are a fully functional and fully staffed police department, and secondly, a massive reduction in homelessness. If you address those two things systemically, you could vastly improve the situation on Aurora Avenue. We simply don't have enough officers, and we've got this huge public safety and public sentiment problem around homeless, and we all suffer from this. Not just the homeless, we all suffer from it, and of course that insecurity leads to prostitution, and prostitution leads to all kinds of other bad things. So we got to solve it at the root.
We're almost out of time. We're speaking with Joe Mallahan, running for Seattle mayor. You have said you will lead from the front lines. What does that mean?
You know, I'm a business person. I have 30 years of management experience, and I've turned around a couple of small or medium-sized companies, and I've done big things at T-Mobile as well. And I've always done that by getting on the front line. I worked the midnight shift at a warehouse for a week to understand the process problems. My biggest thing is at T-Mobile, I visited customer service centers all the time and sat and listened to customer calls and then brought a group of customer service people together and said, hey, how do I fix these problems? And we innovated an amazing product that gave low-income and bad credit customers massively better value based on an idea I stole from a young customer service rep in Colorado Springs, Colorado. So that's what I mean by getting on the front line. I'm going to do 50 ride-alongs with the police in my first year to bring the police back together with the community. That's standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of Seattle and the employees of Seattle to get big things done. We got great values here. We just need to dig in and get those things solved and execute on our values.
What's your theory of the case in terms of making it to the general? I generally tend to see that we have somebody who's a bit more to the left and more, not necessarily a centrist, but somebody who's center left. So for your example, you guys beat out Greg Nichols, and McGinn was a little bit more to the left, and you were center left.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. Good for McGinn for positioning himself as left of me. I hate to tell your listeners, but I am quite left. But I am a pragmatic leftist. I mean, truth is, conservative values and left values are almost the same. They overlap 80%. We want to take care of people. We want to love each other. And we want to give each other the right to express ourselves and, follow our, pursue our constitutional rights. And so I'm quite left. I'm as left as Katie Wilson, but I did not come out for defund the police. And I think I am a far more electable left candidate than Katie is. God bless her. She's done some great things. I think the Jumpstart tax is a real win for Seattle for revenue, and I think it's a just tax. And she really led on that. But I'm far more electable, and I've got 30 years of management experience.
We are almost out of time. If you're not running for mayor or turning a business into something successful, what are you doing with yourself?
I'm laying on a beach. I'm 62 years old. I just retired from T-Mobile, and I think I got 8 years of great energy left in me. So I'd love to spend it serving the city of Seattle and its people.
Okay, well, if you're elected, past couple administrations have kind of been opaque with the media. You promise you will let us in and give a regular update.
Absolutely. I love being in this room with you guys. I'm sure the questions will be harder next time when I'm mayor. Thanks for your time.
Awesome.
Joe Mallahan, running for mayor of Seattle. We have issued invitations to other candidates as well. Sully, you're at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And our travel times are definitely creeping up, but nothing out of line. And we've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. 40 of those minutes to get you up to South Center. Next to that, down the valley, we've got about a 50-minute trip from Puyallup up to Renton. That's about normal for this time of day. Then we've got Renton to Bellevue cruised along at about 35 minutes. Out of the north end, definitely still seeing brake lights on southbound I-5 as we work our way down through the Marysville area. 30 minutes from Arlington to Everett. Signs still say 529 southbound is closed, but it's open. Trust me, not the signs. 529 southbound is open, and then you've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through June, take advantage of 12 months same-as-cash financing, 0 down, 0 payments. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Well, Trina, now you're in charge of ordering food for the office, so meet my mountain of menus.
So, this should be easy.
Easy as pie. You know the mathematical constant for a circle circumference to diameter ratio, pi? It's super complicated.
In that case, I'll be using EasyCater. It's got everything on one simple platform. Tons of restaurants, dietary preferences, even digital receipts.
But my mountain of menus.
How about I order us some pie?
EasyCater, the easy way to get food for work.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on KIRO Newsradio, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture, and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO Newsradio, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Care Partners Senior Living is growing. Amanda here. We are very excited to introduce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, and North Creek Bothell, bringing compassionate, quality care at an affordable price, closer to more of you. Visit carepartnersliving.com today.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. There are big questions this morning about why a missing persons alert for 3 young girls from Wenatchee has been canceled.
The girls were on visitation with their father, but he failed to bring them home on time. We are expecting a news release any time now.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following this. He's here in the studio with the latest.
So I've asked state troopers this morning why they canceled that alert. Does it mean the girls have been located? And at this point, they are directing all questions to Wenatchee Police. And we are expecting a press release from Wenatchee PD sometime this morning. We have not seen one yet, but soon after the girls were reported missing, their mother, Whitney Decker, talked to KIRO 7 TV about the father, 32-year-old Travis Decker.
Travis has really struggled since he left the military, and his mental health can be hard sometimes. And I think this is an effect of that. And I don't personally think that he's dangerous. I think that he is impulsive, and he loves his children very much.
Investigators say the girls, Olivia, Evelyn, and Peyton, who are 5, 8, and 9 years old, were on visitation with their father. He picked them up in Wenatchee on Friday, they say, but didn't tell anyone where he was taking them. Yesterday, Chelan County deputies shut down a road and a SWAT team was sent to a campground about 18 miles west of Leavenworth. Investigators say Decker, the father, has been charged now with 3 counts of first-degree custodial interference. Again, we're expecting Wenatchee Police to provide more details sometime this morning. I have calls into them as well. So if you're on your way to work right now, you get there, pull up mynorthwest.com. You can follow the latest there, or you can keep checking on social at KIRO News Radio on X. Everyone hoping for the best.
Luke, thank you. It's now 7:33. A long-missed ferry is finally coming back, and it is greener than ever.
KOMO TV says the MV Wenatchee, now the largest hybrid electric ferry in the country. It's been out of commission nearly 2 years during the upgrade. Vigor Marine in Seattle handled the conversion with hundreds of skilled workers involved. The Wenatchee will return to the Seattle to Bainbridge route later this summer. It means more room for cars and passengers just in time for busy season. They say it'll help slash emissions by up to 95%.
And just ahead of our traffic, a heads up for drivers between Federal Way and Seattle. More than just traffic to deal with. Starting at 8 o'clock, Department of Transportation crews are going to close 2 left lanes for expansion joint repairs. This is a 2-mile closure between South 188th and South Center Boulevard. Expected to wrap up this afternoon at 2, but plan on this same closure again tomorrow morning.
Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. And where do we start?
Well, we're going to start up in the Marysville area where looks like our running things up the flagpole made it to the right people at the DOT. And they have removed all the signage on southbound I-5 that says that 529 southbound is closed, because it is indeed open and has been since yesterday. They've wrapped up the work early, and so early this morning there's a bunch of signs telling everybody you had to merge over and you couldn't use it, and that created an unnecessary backup. Those signs are gone. The backup's getting back to about where it should be, about 28 minutes from Arlington to Everett, about a 10-minute delay, but getting better. And then Everett to Seattle, though, really bogging down. Hour and 20 minutes for you guys, hour and 10 from Everett into Bellevue, and even though Annette's retired, we've hit the $15 mark there on southbound 405, and so that's about a 20-minute faster trip if you can afford it. Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 10. Rented to Bellevue is definitely filling in at 40 minutes, and the Valley Freeway is actually getting worse from before Auburn all the way up into Kent. 35 minutes from Auburn and an hour and 5 all the way from Puyallup. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Picture perfect forecast through the week. 73 for today, around 70 tomorrow, as we'll see some clouds to start the day, but sunshine by afternoon. Thursday and Friday, mid-70s, possibly 80 on Saturday, mid-80s a possibility on Sunday. We'll keep you posted. Right now, sunshine and 53 in Seattle.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
7:35 now. We are now seeing and hearing the moment Seattle police opened fire on a suspect in Belltown this past Friday.
We get the update this morning from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Come here. Police have released footage from multiple officers' body cameras that show the chase near 3rd and Wall. Police say they'd seen the man dealing drugs and he'd taken off running. During the pursuit, they say he pulled a gun.
Drop it!
One officer opened fire. The suspect, though, was not hurt. No officers were injured either. The man was arrested. The officer who fired has been placed on administrative leave. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
You can see this footage at mynorthwest.com.
Pierce County deputies arrested a suspect who broke into a business with the manager capturing everything on camera. They told deputies nobody was supposed to be inside, so they surrounded the building and called in K9 Bronco to assist. Suspect decided to take his chances running out another exit when he was arrested by a sergeant outside.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
What, did he run out?
He just came out of the bushes over here.
Oh.
33-year-old was arrested for burglary, resisting arrest, and a felony warrant for escaping community custody.
Seattle police, the FBI, DEA, and the United States Attorney's Office announced an undercover drug trafficking operation. More than a dozen people named in two indictments released today, or yesterday, that is. Here's acting U.S. Attorney Teal Luthi Miller.
14 people are named in 2 indictments. After a takedown last week, all but 3 of them are in custody in the Federal Detention Center at SeaTac. 3 people are still being sought.
Miller says agents and police seized large amounts of fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, and meth with a street value of $3 million. They also seized numerous handguns and assault rifles.
Meantime, a major player in a different violent drug ring is going to prison. Joseph Hempel from Burien just got more than 10 years behind bars, part of a massive drug operation tied to Aryan prison gangs. The DOJ says investigators say Hempel helped move huge amounts of meth, fentanyl, and heroin. At his home, they found drugs, guns, body armor, even a shotgun with no serial number. The bus was part of a huge investigation. It spanned 18 months. It ended with raids in Washington and Arizona with hundreds of officers involved.
And today, a new class of drug-sniffing dog is graduating from Washington's Department of Corrections Training Academy. DOC Secretary Tim Lang says the dogs are, quote, our best line of defense against drugs that threaten rehab efforts. The graduation is scheduled to go on in Tumwater.
It's 7:38. More job cuts are coming to Microsoft's Redmond headquarters. Company is laying off 305 more workers. That's from a state filing with the Employment Security Department. The layoffs are permanent, take effect August 1st. This follows nearly 2,000 other layoffs announced last month. In total, Microsoft plans to cut about 6,000 jobs, roughly 3% of its workforce. Company hasn't shared which teams are impacted, but it is part of a broader shift toward artificial intelligence and cloud computing.
Lumen Field is getting a major upgrade before the 2026 World Cup. Biggest change? Real grass. They're replacing the turf with stitched natural grass, part real, part synthetic. It'll need new irrigation, ventilation, and grow lights. The Puget Sound Business Journal reports the work will start after the next NFL season wraps up early next year. The state set aside $46.5 million for World Cup prep, and Lumen is getting $19.5 million of that. They'll also add seatbacks to the Hawk's Nest because FIFA requires seatbacks, apparently. And yes, those seats will stay after the World Cup.
It's a big honor for the big dumper. Cal Raleigh named the American League's co-player of the week after hitting 6 home runs in 6 games.
Cal Raleigh does it again. He is unbelievable.
Raleigh currently leads the league with 23 home runs. Cal in the first place. M's are back at T-Mobile Park today, beginning a 3-game series against the Baltimore Orioles. Today's game starts at 6:40 with George Kirby taking the mound. You can hear the game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Co-player? You had to share it with somebody?
I know. This is
some guy from the Rays, I think.
The lack of national attention on this dude is
He's
incredible.
amazing.
Well, he's not in L.A. or New York.
I know. It's all Shohei and Judge. All Shohei and Judge. It's like, come on.
Go, Cal. Go.
Love the dump.
What's coming up in traffic?
We're going to look at the brake lights. So we have Pull It Away from Linwood, and I've got a ferry update to talk about coming up next.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
7:43 now, over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we're definitely seeing in one of our heavy Tuesdays, so nothing out of the ordinary today. The Valley Freeway is even further behind schedule than you might even expect. It's about an hour and 5-minute trip to go all the way from Puyallup. You're going to hit the brakes around 15th Southwest, well, actually pretty close to Ellingson now, before you get into Highway 18 and then on up past Emerald Downs, plus the north end part of that drive. So, yeah, it's a little heavy for even a Tuesday. And then Renton to Bellevue is running about 40 minutes. Not only the S-curves are heavy, but we have the brake lights as you work your way over the top of I-90. The I-5 corridor is really thick up past the Kent Des Moines Road through Federal Way and from the middle of Boeing Field up past the West Seattle Bridge. Definitely about an hour and 10 to an hour and 15-minute trip to make that drive up into Seattle. Behind that, Tacoma's not too bad, and Olympia to Tacoma is running under 40 minutes, so that's good. 16 back and forth between Port Orchard and Tacoma is not too bad. There's a little westbound slowing around the corner in Gorst. 18 over Tiger Mountains. It's normal self through the construction. Speaking of construction, now that they've taken down the signs, I-5 southbound is getting a lot better through Marysville. We have about a 25-minute trip down into Arlington. So that's, from Arlington into Everett. So that's definitely positive. However, we're looking at very heavy brake lights on westbound too, about midway across the trestle. I'm going to be checking into that to see if we have anything out of the ordinary. And then about an hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The show is all away from Linwood. Lake bridges are fine. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Well, KIRO 7 has updated their forecast again. I told you earlier it said plentiful sunshine in 73.
Yeah.
Now it's abundant sunshine in 73. Which is better?
Yes.
I'm going to go with both.
Plentiful is such a wonderful word. Plentiful.
It's going to be really nice for the next several days. For tomorrow, 70, a little bit cooler because we'll see some clouds early on, but sunshine by afternoon. 74 on Thursday, warmer still on Friday, possibly 80 on Saturday. Right now, sunny and 53 in Seattle.
From sunshine to shiners, KIRO News Radio morning editor Katrina Gishard has an unusual parenting moment.
I like what you did there with shiners. So on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, the host raised an eyebrow and then some at Elon Musk's latest appearance at the White House. Musk had a visible black eye, so when reporters asked him about it, this was his response.
Yeah, no, I was just horsing around with little X, and I said, go ahead, punch me in the face, and he did.
He told his son, who's 5 years old, to punch him in the face. And so this was Stephen Colbert's response.
Completely normal thing. Every normal parent says to their child because we all know, parents know you got to run bedtime like a prison yard, okay? Okay, buddy, you know the drill. Put on your PJs, brush your teeth, and walk up to the biggest daddy in this room and punch him right in the face.
Elon Musk, as we all know, is stepping back from running the Department of Government Efficiency. This was his parenting moment that caught a lot of attention.
If it's not the real story, what is the real story?
Well,
any guesses?
He ran into Mrs. Macron.
It was more than 20 years ago when I was your board operator.
Did I punch you in the face?
No, but he was demented. He was a wiener dog. Bit me right on the side of the face. Now you're remembering this. He
it's
bit
coming back to me now.
Right on the side of the face. It all drained down under my eyelid.
Yeah.
I had the biggest black eye. I came into work.
Yeah.
You and Eric Slocum were so concerned about me. Wanted to make sure I was in a safe
Ingrid
space. Ingrid did not do it. It was Oscar the wiener.
All right. Glad you're better now.
Coming up, we speak with New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone-on-bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
It's Tuesday, and every Tuesday we check in with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold to talk about the big national stories of the week.
David, good morning.
Morning.
Let's start with the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Lawmakers are back from recess yesterday to negotiate the spending package. Where do we stand on all of it this morning?
Well, you probably remember it passed the House barely a few weeks ago, and now it's up to the Senate. And the Republicans in the Senate don't seem in any hurry to pick it up anytime soon. I think there's a lot of folks there who want to significantly change what's in it. Some people feel like some parts of it cut too much. Other people feel like other parts of it cut too little. The biggest concern we're hearing from Republicans in the Senate is that there's basically that it grows the debt and deficit too much, that it balloons the debt and deficit. So they're looking for ways to make this cost less. And that means either reducing some of the tax cuts that are in the bill or cutting more out of federal spending. Either way, I expect a long slog in the Senate. I do think they'll pass something, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon.
Does it seem like with the narrow majority that passed the big, beautiful bill in the House, any changes could be fraught with peril if they tried to bring it back to the House to vote on whatever changes the Senate made?
I think that's right. There are, though, a lot of the people that have caused trouble for Republican leaders like Speaker Mike Johnson in the past, these hard-right conservatives. They're also sort of Trump lackeys. And if Trump tells them to vote for this bill, they eventually will. I think that's been the dynamic in the Trump era, which is these people rebel the first few times, and then when Trump tells them to get in line, they get in line. So I think that eventually the House will pass whatever the Senate passes. It's just the question is the senators have a little more independence. They're elected on a longer timeline. They have less to fear from Trump, so they may make a lot of changes in this bill that Republicans in the House don't like, but will eventually pass.
You mentioned Speaker Johnson. He's been quite visible over the past couple of days. What's he doing to try to sell this to his constituents?
Well, he's out there. I mean, he knows these people like Trump better than like him. Than even people in his own district. And so I think he's going to try to go out there and say, look, Trump wanted us to do this big, beautiful bill. We got it passed. You got all these tax cuts. It cuts all these things you want cut. The amazing thing to me is just having covered Republicans since the Tea Party movement of 2010, when deficits and debt were everything. That was all they talked about. How okay they are with this bill blowing up the deficit, blowing up the debt, adding trillions of dollars in debt, and sort of walking past that because it satisfies their short-term needs right now.
We're speaking with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. Let's transition over to tariffs. There is a major deadline the administration has set. What are we looking for in the coming 24, 48 hours, David?
Well, I mean, I hate to be cynical, but you guys saw this exchange with Trump last week where somebody mentioned what they call the taco trade. Trump always chickens out. That seems to be what the Wall Street has come around to the belief that no matter what Trump threatens, that eventually he does back down and declare victory and move on. That he's not really interested in keeping the kind of draconian tariffs on the economy that are going to cause major economic turmoil. I think he stepped back from that precipice again and again and again. But each of these successive threats against China, like we're talking about now, or Europe or anybody else, that people put less and less stock into them every single time because he always backs down. So I think there is a deadline coming, but I don't expect anything catastrophic. I think Trump will find a way to declare victory and not disrupt the economy.
Thank you, David. We always enjoy chatting with you on Tuesdays. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Thank you.
It's 7:53. Over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
I want to thank all my drivers who let me know that we have a stall that is partially or almost fully blocking the left lane on westbound Highway 2 about midway across the trestle. And that would explain why westbound 2 is backed up all the way to Bickford coming out of Snohomish. So that's a big time delay there. 204 as well, kind of caught up in this. So plan on some lengthy delays trying to get over to the I-5 corridor there by Everett. A little bit further to the north, we're still working with about 25 to 30-minute trips from Arlington to Everett with the brake lights through the Marysville area, and then it's really away from Linwood where we have the heaviest drive today. Definitely looking at about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Getting reports there might be a crash near 185th. I'm checking into that one right now. Northbound I-5 struggling past the West Seattle Bridge. They actually start the brakes right there at the beginning of Boeing Field, plus the normal stuff in Federal Way. Hour and 15-minute trip for you guys. Northbound I-5 starting to bog down through South Tacoma as well, but that happens just just before 8 a.m. The Puyallup to Renton drive has picked up the pace a little bit, about an hour now from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue, about 45 minutes. The Lake Bridges are hanging in there. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service, 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
Beautiful day, beautiful week. Sunny and 73 for today. By Saturday, look for highs around 80. Right now in Seattle, it is sunny and 53.
Sully, what's coming up in your choke point?
Well, we're going to take a look at MLK and light rail and how do we keep cars from running into the trains.
Okay, that's coming up. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too. Going to work for you.
Ladies, and you guys too. Have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with no credit financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment needed and financing is available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. More than 20 deaths and injuries have been reported at a humanitarian spot in Gaza where aid has been handed out and there has been violence for days. Palestinians accuse Israeli troops of firing on people. Israel says it has fired warning shots. The UN has called for an investigation. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab.
A CBS News team was at the funeral of Reem Akras, a mother to 8 children who was shot dead on her way to retrieve an aid parcel from GHF. Her young daughter cries over her body, saying, "You went to get us food, Mom. We will never forgive them, Mom. Not in this life or in the next."
2 people still hospitalized after the weekend attack in Boulder, Colorado. 12 people were injured by Molotov cocktails. CBS's Jason Allen reports Mohammed Solomon, an Egyptian national, faces federal and state charges.
He had been planning this attack, authorities say, for possibly up to a year, maybe more. And while they say that he threw 2 of those Molotov cocktails, they also found another 14 more ready to go when they arrested him here at the scene.
The federal prosecutor who oversaw hundreds of capital attack cases resigned over the weekend, and Greg Rosen tells CBS News the Trump pardons for those convicted or facing charges sent a terrible message.
The primary beneficiaries of those pardons were the individuals that judges across the spectrum, appointed by both political parties, had determined were a danger to society. Individuals who were serving real, serious jail time.
Ukraine says it carried out a new strike that damaged a key bridge linking Crimea to Russia. It's the 3rd one of the war on that key supply line. CBS's Charlie D'Agata says there's been no major movement at the negotiating table in recent weeks.
The Russians have put forward a number of proposals, but largely they call on Ukraine giving up a significant amount of territory, even more territory than Ukraine has already lost, even dating back to 2014.
The real estate site Redfin says that people selling homes outnumbered buyers by almost 500,000 last month. CBS's Jill Schlesinger says that should make it a buyer's market, but that's not happening.
A lot of those folks who are selling, they are not so quick to lower their prices. We are seeing some indication they will, but they're sitting on those low mortgage interest rates from 5 years ago, so it's not like a huge issue for them. Redfin believes that this outpacing of sellers from buyers will lower prices just by about 1% by the end of the year.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 49 points. The NASDAQ is ahead 126. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
8:03, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and Chris Sullivan is watching the roads this Tuesday morning.
And we're starting off with a new crash right at the convention center. Northbound I-5 blocking 2 left lanes. Might be in the process of moving those cars themselves over to the shoulder, but either way, right there at the convention center, it's starting to bog down even more. Give yourself 40 minutes plus from South Center to downtown, and about an hour and 15 all the way from the Federal Way area. Sticking with the northbound drive up the Valley Freeway, it's not as heavy getting into Auburn as it was just a little bit ago, but you still have at least 55 minutes in front of you from Puyallup to Renton, and Renton to Bellevue is at least 45, maybe a little bit more because of the brake lights northbound, north of I-90 getting into downtown Bellevue. The Lake Bridge is also starting to get into the act just a little bit, primarily I-90 off of Mercer Island. Looks like we've cleared the stall westbound across the trestle that was blocking the left lane, still very slow coming over from Highway 9 on both 2 and 204, and then we've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. And on the ferry service, we've got a lack of crew, knocking one boat out on the Seattle to Bremerton run, so we've got a couple of canceled sailings over the next couple of hours. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through June, save $750 per window and $1,500 per door with leak armor installation. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
8:04 at Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor.
We are expecting a news release any time now about the 3 young girls who disappeared over the weekend.
The girls' mother says they were on a visitation with their father, but he did not bring them home. State Patrol issued a missing persons alert over the weekend, and now that alert has been canceled.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is following this and joins us live in the studio.
WSP canceled that alert yesterday evening. However, does that mean the girls have been located? WSP that question this morning, among others, and they directed all of my questions to the lead agency, Wenatchee Police. Well, soon after that alert was canceled, though, the girl's mother, Whitney Decker, said the search was ongoing. And she also talked with KIRO 7 TV about the girl's father, 32-year-old Travis Decker.
Travis has really struggled since he left the military, and his mental health can be hard sometimes. And I think this is an effect of that. And I don't personally think that he's dangerous. I think that he is impulsive, and he loves his children very much.
Investigators say the father picked up his daughters on Friday, Olivia, Evelyn, and Peyton, who are 5, 8, and 9 years old, but he didn't tell anyone where he was taking them. Yesterday, Chelan County deputies shut down a road, and a SWAT team was sent to a campground about 18 miles west of Leavenworth. The undersheriff of Chelan said it was part of an ongoing investigation, but would not elaborate on any details. Investigators say Decker, the father, has now been charged with 3 counts of first-degree custodial interference. Again, we're going to have the latest for you as soon as it comes in. We're expecting a release from Wenatchee Police anytime. So if you're driving to work right now, keep it right here in the dial. We're going to break in with any new details. Also, we're going to have the latest on mynorthwest.com, and on social, you can follow there. Just go to @KIRO News Radio on X. Let's hope that this ends and really positively, and that these girls are brought home safely.
Okay, Luke, we all hope that. It is 8:06. The race for Seattle's next mayor is on. 9 candidates have filed their names for the primary election on August 5th.
One of the candidates gaining public support is Joe Mallahan, and he joined us earlier this morning here on Seattle's Morning News. He told us the city needs a change in leadership from incumbent Bruce Harrell.
There's a dysfunctional and demoralized police department, and he hasn't been an activist mayor even remotely in that regard. And homelessness continues to be a huge problem, and he shows very little vision.
KIRO Newsradio has issued invitations to the other candidates as well. General election is November 4th.
In fact, I think we expect to have Katie Wilson, another candidate, in on Thursday.
Yep.
It is 8:07 on Seattle's Morning News. Another candidate, former Seattle City Council member Shama Sawan, has made it official. She is running for Congress.
Because when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Sawan has entered the race to challenge Representative Adam Smith for Washington's 9th congressional district in the 2026 midterm election. She made it clear she's unhappy with both the Republicans and Democrats. She pledged her campaign would push free health care for all. She also made repeated references to Smith, a ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, as a warmonger.
I'm not in the business of lying to the working class. I don't go around giving guarantees. What I do tell working people is that we can win if we fight, so let's fight.
Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974
is...
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
808.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Let the legends speak, Charlie.
You know,
all 3 of them.
Bill, Greg, and Dave that are going to be knocking at the door. Why did you interrupt us?
He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor. Glad to have you with us this morning.
It's Tuesday, June 3rd, and Sully is here keeping an eye on the roads for us. And we do have a choke point coming up, Sully. We're talking about light rail?
Yep. I took a little trip down the Rainier Valley, talked to Sound Transit about what they're trying to do to keep cars from running into the trains.
Oh, this is when you use that as an excuse to go and play golf.
No, not on a sunny Friday afternoon.
He had serious interviews to do.
Okay. I had my golf clubs in my car.
Aren't
I was
they
going
always?
to hit I was going to hit the driving range on the way home, the one close to the house. But all of a sudden, I realized I'm really close to Jefferson Park. Maybe I'll go up and take a look at the driving range, which is so beautiful up there. It's a beautiful view of the city. And yes, I hit a few balls after I was done working.
Okay.
We'll look forward to the choke point. Glad you got the work done, too.
David is producing the show. Katrina is out at the newsroom. Nick is running the board and picking the tunes this morning.
Perfect weather for baseball around here. Mariners taking on the Baltimore Orioles for 3 games starting today. All 3 days are value games. Those ticket prices start at $10.
Okay, so we have Sully with his choke point, and coming up at 8:45, G. Scott stops by the studio with a tech-related tip from the TSA.
All right, it's 8:09. The FBI, DEA, U.S. Attorney, and Seattle Police have announced more than a dozen arrests after round 2 of an undercover operation targeting drug traffickers in the Chinatown International District. We get more on this from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
This was an 18-month undercover operation that culminated in 14 indictments and 11 arrests last week, along with the seizure of $3 million in drugs, cash, and weapons. Here's DEA Special Agent in Charge, David Reams.
Drugs and guns are evils that go together. And in this case, we targeted offenders who use both to prey on some of our most vulnerable communities. They dealt in death in the form of drugs and guns.
3 people are still at large, and the operation is ongoing. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
What started as a DUI stop in Tacoma ended with the seizure of a submachine gun. It started when police pulled a driver over for speeding and suspected impairment. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports.
Turns out he was a convicted felon on bail for burglary. During the stop, he admitted to recently using meth. This was captured by an officer's body camera.
You're making me a little bit uncomfortable. Can I get you to step over for me, please? Is that the only weapon on you?
No, there's a Mac 11.
Say what?
There's a Mac 11 on the floor.
Oh, yeah, there sure is.
There were other guns in the car, too, and even more in the man's home, and a large amount of ammunition. He was booked into jail on DUI and several weapons charges. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
After a shooting at Harry Todd Park, Lakewood is adding more police patrols now. 7 people were shot last week after a fight broke out. The News Tribune reports 1 man is still in critical condition, 2 others seriously hurt, and 4 more are stable, including 3 teenagers. Police had not added the summer patrols yet when this happened. That usually starts later in the season, but now extra officers are already out at the city parks. No arrests in this case yet, but the investigation is still active.
A break-in at an Enumclaw school prompts concern someone may be planning a school shooting. With the story, here's KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
Surveillance video caught 3 masked intruders, one with a handgun, who broke into Enumclaw High School over the weekend.
It seems to us that maybe they were rehearsing for an active shooter event.
Police Chief Tim Floyd says they didn't take or break anything.
The way they were moving about the building with the one subject with the gun, another subject was filming the entire thing. To us, it seemed like reconnaissance.
Floyd says there was no previously known threat to the school. They've boosted security as a precaution. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
More Microsoft workers are getting pink slips. The company reported to the state it plans to lay off another 305 workers in August. That's in addition to previous cuts announced last month, totaling about 6,000 employees company-wide. Here in Washington, these latest layoffs bring the total number of job cuts to nearly 2,300 in recent weeks.
Well, it was 35 years ago yesterday, June 2nd of 1990.
How is that possible?
A freshman at Woodway High School. I remember coming to school the next day. I guess it was 35 years ago today.
Yeah.
Very excited about this. That is because the big unit threw the first no-hitter in Seattle Mariners history.
Swing, it's over! He has done it! High fastball, Randy Johnson being mobbed by Scott.
Mariners marking the 35-year anniversary. I remember Billy Ann talking about it on this very station.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson, his number is being retired, number 51. Now, the Mariners also retired the number 51 for fellow Hall of Famer Ichiro Suzuki.
Mm-hmm.
That ceremony took place last summer.
Both well-deserved.
Yes. Johnson won a Cy Young during his 10-year run with the Mariners, part of his Hall of Fame career.
Beautiful day for baseball. They'll be playing later today at T-Mobile Park. And again, $10 tickets.
All right. You can hear that on Seattle Sports 710. It's 8:13, and let's check the weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Perfect day for baseball. Looking for a high in the mid-70s today with a lot of sunshine. 71 our forecast high on Wednesday, 75 Thursday, 77 on Friday, and we are talking low to mid-80s Saturday through Monday. Right now in Seattle, we have sunshine and 52.
And it's 8:13. Over to Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, the I-5 drive just keeps getting worse now. We still have 2 left lanes blocked just after Seneca on northbound I-5. So just getting under the convention center, and we have a 7 mile backup now getting into downtown Seattle. We've jumped up to 50 minutes from South Center and about an hour and 25 all the way from Federal Way. One of the reasons why the travel time is going up as well is we have an issue on northbound I-5 right after 320th, which has 2 right lanes blocked. And so we're backing up before Highway 18. So 2 issues there on the northbound I-5 corridor trying to get you north into the city. Looking at northbound 167, still struggling from Pacific. We're looking at Puyallup to Renton at about 55 minutes, and then close to 50 now from Renton to Bellevue. Those S-curves are active. By the time you're up to about 44th, they get better. Then you hit them again at Coal Creek Parkway all the way into Bellevue. Across the lake, 520's doing okay, but I-90's bogging down across Mercer Island. Need about 30 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. Only about 20 minutes on 520. And coming down from the north end, hour and a half now from Everett to Seattle, hour and 20 Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Okay, this one is ridiculous. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here. A sports bet may have gone too far.
Yes, this is creating a lot of tension right now online. Olympic gold medalist Gabby Thomas is speaking out after a sports bettor harassed her at a track meet in Philadelphia. Later, a man posted video of the incident on X. Just beware, he's heckling her.
Don't choke Gabby like you did yesterday, Gabby. Yeah. You going down, Gabby. You going down, Gabby. You going down, Gabby.
He wrote on X, I made Gabby lose by heckling her, and it made my parlay win. He also posted screenshots of the bets he made on the FanDuel Sportsbook platform. Thomas responded on X saying, this grown man followed me around the track as I took pictures and signed autographs for fans. Anybody who enables him online is gross. Now, the NCAA is trying to raise awareness about problems like this, and in 18 states, they've placed no prop bet rules against betting. I mean, this was something.
Going around, he's trying to win this online sports gambling thing, and he harasses this poor woman who is just trying to run in a track meet.
Yes, and if you see the video, I mean, all of the runners are on the starting line, and he is just going at her nonstop.
Not cool.
No.
It's 8:16.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, putting cars, bikes, and pedestrians on the same road as light rail trains has been a dangerous combination since Sound Transit opened service on MLK in 2009.
There have been more than 100 crashes and several deaths on the corridor, but the worst problem has nothing to do with the trains. As Sully's here with details.
Light rail trains whiz down MLK with cars, pedestrians, and bikes stopped just feet away. There are 27 at-grade crossings on the corridor, all potential places for tragedy. I met with Sound Transit's David Jackson at MLK and South Dawson Street, one of the more dangerous intersections on the alignment. The biggest problem with cars and trains sharing the same road is...
Our biggest incident that we have at MLK with the trains running down the track is illegal left turns.
Illegal left turns. 63% of all crashes between trains and cars on MLK are caused by drivers making illegal left turns, even though there are large signs posted that show left turns and U-turns are not allowed. And it doesn't take a brain surgeon to realize that the car is going to lose every time.
Trains are bigger and faster than many people expect. They cannot stop on a dime like a Toyota. It takes a while for them to stop. If you think you're going to beat the train, you might not.
Jackson says Sound Transit is trying to get the public's attention at 4 particularly bad intersections with new striping just next to the tracks.
We've also just added these dynamic pavement markings, which are designed to keep people out of the dynamic envelope of the train. If you're on those crisscross paintings, you are in a dangerous spot.
And you can see the crisscross paintings at mynorthwest.com. And I'm not really sure if a paint job like this is going to do any difference, considering people already don't pay attention to the giant red and white signs. But it's one more way for Sound Transit to try to make the corridor safer.
That's all we're designing to do here. We're designing to make it easy to pay attention, to make doing the right thing easy and the wrong thing difficult.
Sound Transit is painting the intersections, 2 near Columbia City Station and 2 near Rainier Beach Station over the next couple of weeks. Just one more tool that Sound Transit is trying out to make MLK Way safer. It's even considering pedestrian gates to prevent people from crossing the tracks at the intersections.
I think we've gotten better. People are aware of the issue. We're doing more awareness campaigns so that people understand what the dangers are and why it's important they follow the rules of the road here, and also the rules for pedestrians.
There have been 25 train versus pedestrian or bicyclist crashes on that corridor on MLK since it opened 16 years ago.
I'm looking at this now on mynorthwest.com, the story you did, and we're just talking about the little crisscross paintings?
Yeah, the little white crisscross paint. That's new. So if you were, say, you're going to take a left and you were going to do it illegally and you kind of inch forward to maybe get the light or wait for cross traffic to go, that's supposed to give you one more visual clue that you probably shouldn't be there because a train might come up again. So it's just one little thing. I'm not sure if it's going to make that big of a difference.
Well, the people who are turning left and doing U-turns are not paying attention
that is
anyway.
But this is maybe one more visual clue that they might, as they drive over something they're not used to, might realize that they probably shouldn't be there. Again, they're only doing it at 4 intersections. They just started this. I think anything they can try to prevent this. I was kind of shocked. 63% sounds an awful lot for all the crashes on that corridor to be caused by people doing illegal stuff in their car, making left turns, not following the rules of the road. So that's kind of Darwinism.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're trying. And of course, this is a new game over in Redmond. They've got a bunch of at-grade crossings in Redmond now too, and people are dealing with the 2 line over there.
All right.
And trying to understand things. So just, again.
Hold on. This is a project that has gone billions and billions and billions over initial estimates. It costs billions more than they had initially planned. Are you telling me that there is not $1 billion or $2 billion just laying around where maybe you could make these above grade, where cars and trains wouldn't have to interact with each other? If we're going to overspend anyway, maybe something that would improve traffic and make these trains go a lot faster.
Well, unfortunately, that ship has sailed, even though it's a train and not a ship. When you're going down MLK, the decision was made to go at grade, not to elevate. It would have cost so much more to put elevated tracks through the middle of that corridor. Look what they had to do for the one along I-5 going up to Linwood. They had to take all those houses. Just imagine if they'd put that in the middle of I-5, what they would have had to do that. So that ship has sailed. As we go forward, I mean, that's why some of the issues going into West Seattle and to Ballard, they're looking at grade, under grade, under tunnels, above. That decision was made.
$1 billion here, $1 billion there, you might as well.
Well, again, it's whose billion is that?
It comes from the magical.
Us. It comes from us. The magical pot. The magical pot of our wallets. So yeah, I don't understand why. I mean, Portland has the same thing, but they've had less issues with the. I mean, granted, when it first started, most of their stuff's at grade.
Yeah.
Except we're heading over to Beaverton, heading west out of the city until it gets to going into Hillsborough. But yeah, I don't understand why people can't follow the rules and realize that you're taking your life in your hand by maybe running in front of, and the trains don't stop there.
No.
I mean, it's not like there's a station there. Right. So anyway, we could all do better, but yeah, I'm sure there are probably billions we could find because yes, they are ridiculously over budget.
Pay attention,
extra couple of billions among friends. All right. It's 8:23, and we transition from your choke point to Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Sully?
You know who doesn't want to pay those billions and billions and billions
I'm
and
sure
billions?
they're texting in right now.
No, I'll tell you, all the friends in Pierce County who haven't really gotten much benefit from Sound Transit over the years of doing this, but they're still paying their RTA. We hear from our good friends down there all the time.
You can get around the Tacoma Dome.
To where?
Well, Tacoma.
Okay. Oh, I digress a little. Looking at northbound I-5 right now, we are definitely struggling on northbound I-5 getting into out of Federal Way and into downtown. We've been working with a crash at Seneca, blocking 2 left lanes there right as you get to the convention center. It's an hour and a half now from Federal Way to Seattle, with close to an hour of that just from South Center. Those last couple of miles are brutal, just not moving. Caught up in that is westbound I-90, definitely driving into that backup, and so it's over 30 40 minutes to get you from Bellevue into downtown, probably 35 now. And we've been working with this issue on northbound I-5 just after 320th. That's been blocking a couple of lanes. We're backing up now to Wild Waves, so give yourself a lot of extra time coming up from Tacoma into Seattle. Now, the Valley Freeway, trying to get better through Pierce County. Still seeing brake lights through Auburn, about 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 now from Puyallup, so that's an improvement. Rented to Bellevue, though, is not basically bumper to bumper all the way into Bellevue today in a 50-minute trip or more. Coming down from the north end, not doing better in Marysville, but then away from Linwood, still incredibly slow, about an hour and 10 minutes alone just from Linwood to make it into downtown. Olympia to Tacoma is now struggling through DuPont and South Tacoma, so it's over 40 minutes. This report brought to you by AAA. AAA. Those three little letters are the key to more summer fun. Discounts, roadside rescues, and more. Join AAA today.
No complaints about the forecast. We're going to be mostly sunny today, highs in the low 70s. For tomorrow, clouds early on. That'll keep us a little cooler, but sunshine by afternoon. Mostly sunny for Thursday and Friday. Saturday looks great, too. We might hit 80 on Saturday, mid-80s on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, sunshine. It's warmed up to 56.
Coming up, we'll have the latest on those three young sisters missing near Leavenworth. We have Luke Ducey stopping by the studio with the latest. This is Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to Seattle's Morning News every morning? What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio App. This is a test of your emergency alert system.
This is a test, only a test, of the emergency alert system from the Snohomish County Department of Emergency Management. Had this been an actual alert, this system would bring you important information.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. You may have known us for our unique cabinet refacing projects, but I'd like to introduce our full bathroom remodeling service. New tub, shower, floors, counters, and of course cabinetry. Same commitment to quality and value, same full service, just another way to serve the folks of Puget Sound. Call today for a free in-home consultation. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, And now get started with the $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is you could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Get away this summer on the FRS Clipper Fast Ferry to beautiful Victoria, BC. Named the world's #1 small city by Condé Nast readers. Enjoy fabulous restaurants, shopping, and outdoor adventures. Save with overnight and travel packages. Book today at frsclipper.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 8:31. We expect a news release anytime now about the 3 young girls who disappeared over the weekend.
The girls' mother says they were on a visitation with their father and he didn't bring them home. The Washington State Patrol issued a missing persons alert, but then canceled that alert.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here in the studio with the latest.
WSP canceled their alert yesterday evening, and this morning they directed all of my questions to Wenatchee Police, and we're expecting that release to come anytime now from Wenatchee PD. However, soon after the alert was canceled, the girl's mother, Whitney Decker, said the search was ongoing, and she talked with KIRO 7 TV about the girl's father, 32-year-old Travis Decker.
Travis has really struggled since he left the military, and his mental health can be hard sometimes, and I think this is an effect of that. And I don't personally think that he's dangerous. I think that he is impulsive, and he loves his children very much.
Investigators say the father picked up his daughters on Friday, Olivia, Evelyn, and Peyton, who are 5, 8, and 9 years old, but he didn't tell anyone where he was taking them. Yesterday, Chelan County deputies shut down a road and a SWAT team was sent to a campground about 18 miles west of Leavenworth. The undersheriff for Chelan said that was part of an ongoing investigation but would not elaborate. Investigators say Decker, the father, has now been charged with 3 counts of first-degree custodial interference. And again, we're expecting an update any time now. We're going to have the latest right here and on mynorthwest.com. And also on social, you can go to @KIRO News Radio on X for those updates. Charlie and Manda, a lot of people hoping for the very best outcome here.
Luke, thank you. There is dramatic police body cam footage that has been released from last Friday's shooting involving Seattle police in Belltown.
Police were chasing a man suspected of dealing drugs near 3rd and Wall. They say during the foot pursuit, the man pulled a gun.
Get on the ground!
Well, the suspect was not hurt, but he was taken to the hospital complaining of chest pain. No officers were injured.
Recent DUI stop in Tacoma took an unexpected turn. The driver had a Mac 11 submachine gun in the car along with other weapons. His arrest was captured by an officer's body camera.
I'll be under the influence. I can't recall what I've been doing, but when I smoke meth, I just sit there for 10 hours, and it's like I'm just being sexually assaulted, and I feel like I'm being radicalized to go on a mass shooting, and hence the gun in the car.
Police say he had more guns and lots of ammunition in his home, too. The man was booked for several weapons charges as well as DUI.
It's now 8:33. That's time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes, and we get back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
It's been a reasonably productive last 10 minutes. It looks like they've cleared both of the crashes on northbound I-5 that have created the hour-and-a-half trip from Federal Way to Seattle. The first one was down by 320th that was blocking 2 lanes out of Federal Way. It's now out of the way. And then we also have, looks like we've cleared the crash from the 2 left lanes right at the convention center just after Seneca. But either way, we've got about a 6.5-mile backup trying to get you from South Center into downtown. The backup extends all the way to the Boeing Access Road, and that's about an hour drive just from South Center. So 20 minutes behind schedule minimum. I-90 really caught up in this as it is bumper to bumper from west tip of Mercer Island all the way into downtown. You're going to need at least 35 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle plus 15 on that drive on I-90. 520 is filling in as well with the max toll right there through Montlake. Looking at northbound 405, close to an hour to make it from Renton to Bellevue. 20 minutes behind schedule for some days on a Tuesday. 50 is about normal. Behind that, we've got about an hour drive still, maybe 55 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Coming down from the north end, we're trying to get better, but it's still an hour and 20 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. We've got a crash in the tunnel, northbound 99, about midway through, blocking the right lane, and it looks like we're having some issues getting crew for our ferries today. Not only we've had to cancel a couple of Seattle to Bremerton runs, but now the Port Townsend Coopville's officially canceled until they can get some more crew up there as well. So busy day on the ferries. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking. Call Beacon.
All right, producer David, you are in charge of running this show, right?
In theory, yeah.
Okay, because Manda has been hogging all the weather forecasts this morning. She likes saying how nice and sunny it's going to be all week long, but I want to be able to do it. Is that okay?
Well, with this time of this rant that you're doing right now, you could have been just giving the weather forecast, which I think is going to be pretty sunny, mid-70s all week, right? Forecast? Yeah, it's going to be beautiful. Partially cloudy today, low 70s.
56 right now in Seattle at 8:36.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
It's 8:36. Seattle City Council member Kathy Moore is stepping down next month. Her last day, July 7th. She says she's facing health challenges, but didn't specify what challenges. Moore was elected to represent North Seattle in 2023.
Well, the race for Seattle's next mayor is on. 9 candidates have filed their names for the primary election on August 5th.
One of the candidates gaining public support is Joe Mallahan, and he joined us this morning here on Seattle's Morning News in the studio. He says the city needs a change in leadership from the incumbent, Bruce Harrell.
There's a dysfunctional and demoralized police department, and he hasn't been an activist mayor even remotely in that regard. And homelessness continues to be a huge problem, and he shows very little vision.
He shared with us how he views the homelessness crisis and how it relates to drug use and mental illness.
We need to hold the homeless accountable. Now, the vast majority of homeless have mental health and addiction problems, so asking a lot from them isn't reasonable. But you can certainly tell them, look, you can't sit here and deal in and consume drugs in the public space. It's just it's bad for the common good. It's bad for you. And, we need you to get into treatment. And so there needs to be a little bit of push to treatment, I really believe. But right now, we don't have the housing. Again, I mean emergency beds, and I'd love to talk about tiny homes. We don't have the housing right now to give them treatment. And so it's really on us, not the homeless. But if we had the housing, then, I would take an approach where there's a pretty gentle push to get folks into that and just, hey, I got a place for you. You just don't have the right to sit here and be consuming drugs in front of people walking by.
I asked him to elaborate on the vision of tiny homes.
Tiny homes are this amazingly efficient solution. A tiny home costs $5,000 to build when you're using volunteer labor, and there's all kinds of volunteer labor available. Sound Foundations Northwest has a warehouse down in Soto. They're cranking out 200 of these a year at $5,000 in materials cost, and they've got a fantastic template down there. And if we gave them more space, they could replicate that a couple times. And one tiny home gets 3 people off the street in a year, and that's because the average tenancy is only 4 months. You get a person in a place where they feel safe, they can settle down, they can start receiving treatment, they get sober, and then you look for more permanent, stable housing. And the academic studies on this, Baltimore, Detroit, and Austin, Texas have all done big tiny home developments, and the results are fantastic. Like 90% of people who get into a tiny home a year later are in stable housing still.
Malahan told us he would lead from the front lines in the city, pointing out working with SPD.
I'm going to do 50 ride-alongs with the police in my first year to bring the police back together with the community. That's standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of Seattle and the employees of Seattle to get big things done. We got great values here. We just need to dig in and get those things solved and execute on our values.
You can find the full interview on the podcast page at mynorthwest.com and video of Joe Malahan in studio with us on our YouTube page. That's at KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM on YouTube.
And we have issued invitations to other candidates as well. Katie Wilson scheduled to join us on Thursday morning.
We hope to have everyone in.
It's 8:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the long delays getting into Seattle and tell you why they're happening. We'll break it down for you next.
The first place you turn to for breaking news.
Protest outside City Hall.
KIRO News Radio.
James Lynch begins our team coverage live at City Hall.
Now, we are told by SPD that 4 people have been arrested for assault. For more on the counter-protesters, we go to Scott Carty.
See a group of another 10 officers come down the steps.
Closures now extended from Washington closer to the stadiums.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM. And download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training, and skills are backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. So whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new cooling system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. For a dealer near you, visit BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
8:43 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and Chris Sullivan is watching the roads.
And it is just an ugly drive on northbound I-5 trying to get into the city. We have a 6-mile backup that is basically not moving from the beginning of Boeing Field all the way into downtown. It's an hour and 10 minutes alone from South Center into downtown. That is about a 25-minute delay and an hour and a half all the way from the Federal Way area. So that is brutal. And we're also working with a crash in the tunnel, northbound 99, kind of as you get up towards the kind of the middle of it. So big time delays there. Looking at Renton to Bellevue at about 50 minutes. So we're still struggling there with brake lights up past I-90 as well. Speaking of I-90, it's running at 40 minutes now from Bellevue to Seattle. That is a 15-minute delay. That's all because of you driving into that, backup we had from that earlier crash near Seneca. Coming down from the north end, we've got about an hour and 20-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so not exactly great days there. Pierce County is trying to get better, though. Eastbound 16 is struggling past Cheney Stadium, so we have some work to do for sure. This report brought to you by Closets by Design. Custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, more. You can go to closetsbydesign.com, see the current specials, or call 1-800-BY-DESIGN to learn more.
You're going to see a lot of sunshine this week. Scattered clouds here and there, but all in all, it's going to be sunny. 73 today. A little bit cooler tomorrow. We'll be in the mid-70s for Thursday, upper 70s on Friday, and we expect to hit 80 on Saturday, possibly the mid-80s on Sunday. Right now, it's 56 in the sunshine in Seattle.
8:45 now. KIRO Newsradio morning editor Katrina Gishard is here. A heartwarming story you're not going to hear anywhere else. Katrina.
Hey, Charlie. Andrea Coates, a mom, shared a video on TikTok of her children learning about their new home for the very first time after experiencing homelessness for the past 4 years. Grab your tissue box, guys.
Wait, so this means...
Wait, what?
Yes!
Yeah! This is our house! Oh my God!
The kids were literally jumping for joy. The mom was crying behind the camera. She posted the TikTok with the caption, "I hope this post reminds someone who's still in their storm that it can get better. You are not alone. You're not broken beyond repair." I mean,
the co-host of Seattle's Morning News is crying too.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
That's what we want. That's what we want. People to get their lives together and
awesome.
Get back into housing. All right. Katrina, thank you. Coming up, G. Scott is going to stop by the studio talking about a warning from the TSA about what you do while waiting for your flight in the airport. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Well, joining us from the G and Ursula Show, which you can hear 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. He's also the host of the Reset podcast. G. Scott is here. Good morning,
Hey,
G.
good morning, everybody. Just want you to know Manda Factor was on her best behavior yesterday.
I was.
Yes, she was. She did a fantastic job.
It was a little boring without Charlie, but we were okay.
No, not at all.
It was boring because it went so smoothly. You know, you expect everything to be chaos, but he's had it all reined in so well.
You want chaos? This is the segment.
Okay.
You're the guy.
Right?
The Tasmanian devil has arrived.
What's on your mind?
Juice jacking.
What?
Juice jacking. If you're walking around or you listen to the show driving around,
What does that mean?
What is juice jacking? It's the type of cyber attack where hackers install malware on public charging stations,
Now I'm with you.
potentially stealing your data or affecting your device. So right now, TSA right now are warning travelers, don't plug in your devices directly into the airport USB ports, right? You know, you sit down at the gate, there's USB ports and everything like that, and you just go plug it up. But even when you plug it up, you notice how slow that it is. Anyways, chill with that. And here's what they are telling you. Instead, they're advising you to use your own compliant power packs or battery packs to charge your devices. So bring your own pack. But right now, at this point, juice jacking can happen to you, Manda. Juice jacking.
How much did they spend installing all those ports in the first place? And now they say don't use them?
Well,
and it's funny because I feel like a lot of them are becoming obsolete because so many phones use I think it's USB-C or Lightning or whatever it is.
It's getting a little, you know, speaking of money, I want to go back with me and my dad when he was in the Cadillac 8-track. Did you have an 8-track in the car?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
In the
Shout
big
out
old
to everybody.
van.
If you had an 8-track, or if you don't know what that is, by the way, fellas, if she doesn't know what that is, she's too young for you. Anyway, that's for Bill Belichick. But the 8-tracks was that was a thing there. You know what I mean?
That was a thing.
Yeah. See, I can't say nothing. You guys catch everything.
Gee, I have a question for you.
What's up, bro?
When I hear the need to charge phones, what kind of guy are you? Because you could be one of two types. I'm the type of guy, if my phone gets below 80% on a charge, I get a little nervous. It seems to me that you're either that kind of guy or you just let it ride and it's like 20% right now.
Yeah, so let me just explain that really simple. Anyone, if there is a guy that's like, hey, I can't let my phone get below 80, they usually iron their underwear. So let me tell you, I get down there when it get to the red, 20. Okay, I need to charge it. You know what I'm saying? But below 80, let me cross my T's and dot my I's and put a little crease right on the side of the drawers so I can make sure they pick up.
How do we always end up talking about underwear when you come in? I don't get it.
I'm sorry, it's my drawers.
Your drawers. And do you iron them? I don't want to know.
I don't use starch.
You just never know what's going to happen in this 3 or 4 minutes we have with G.
So yeah, but you can't go below 80, Charlie.
I really get nervous when I see it below 80,
Yeah.
and maybe that just has to do with having been a reporter for a long time. There are times you got to go out in the field and you need a full charge. I once went out on the scene of a story. There was an overturned bus. This was in Bellingham. This was like over 20 years ago, and my battery lost its charge, and I vowed to myself then, never again. Never again, Charlie. Never again.
And good job. Have you succeeded?
I think so.
Yeah.
My kids, on the other hand, we're lucky if they're at 30% on a good day.
And what did Alea say? What did Alea, the late singer, say? If at first you don't succeed, you dust yourself off and try again.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Good to see you guys. You guys usually kick me out. I'm ready to get kicked out.
Oh, there's your music. Nick just cued the music.
Oh, you should have heard how Manda kicked me out yesterday.
Was it bad? I'd never do that to you,
pretty
Gene.
good. By the way, that's the thing. It's fun to kick me out. I like it when you guys
It is. Get out of here, would you?
All right.
Have a nice show.
It's 8:53. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Sully, do you have a fully charged phone?
Somewhere. I don't know. I'll keep track of it at some point. But I'm not want for chargers, so I'm okay. Back in the day, I had an old Motorola, and I remember I was down on the new Carissa. You might remember a ship that crashed on the Oregon
so
coast.
Many flashbacks
My
right
old
now.
motor, one of the ones that had the whole pull-off back. I bought one that you could put 6 AA batteries in and slide in it. So I just had my bag was full of AA's. I felt like I was the greatest guy in the history of the world. That was so awesome.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. Remember that? Yeah, that was awesome. The northbound I-5 drive, we are looking at a 15-minute improvement now that we've cleared the crashes. So it's still awful, but it's getting better. We're down to an hour and 15 from Federal Way to Seattle and 50 of those minutes from South Center because of a long-term crash we had at the Convention Center. What's not getting better, westbound I-90 across the lake. It is bumper to bumper from basically Bellevue all the way over because you were driving right into that crash scene. Still 40 minutes on I-90 to get you from Bellevue to Seattle. 25 on 520. Hour drive now from Renton to Bellevue, at least 15 minutes slower than it should be, and 50 minutes still from Puyallup to Renton, though it is getting much better in Pierce County. Still have hour and 15-minute trips out of the north end from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through June, take advantage of 12 months same as cash financing. 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
And our forecast, lots of sunshine for the bulk of the week. We'll see scattered clouds, but nothing threatening at all. We're going to be around 73 for today, 70 tomorrow, and through the end of the week, we'll just keep on rising up to 80 by Saturday. It's 56 in Seattle right now.
In the G and Ursula show, Angela Poe Russell is in with G. They're talking about that big bust in the CID. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training, and skills are backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. So whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new cooling system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. For a dealer near you, visit BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Meet Bruce. He recovered from polio as a child, but was still feeling the after effects.
At the worst, the shoulders hurt all the time.
So Bruce decided to visit Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner was surprised with what he saw.
This is a first. He said, you've actually got a trifecta in both shoulders with all the damage. It was rotator cuffs, labrum, bursa, you name it.
But since his stem cell treatment, Bruce is in a much better place.
As I'm talking to you right now, there is absolutely no pain whatsoever. And I was at the gym for an hour and a half yesterday afternoon, and I hit my peak again at 175 on the bench without any pain.
Wow, so you're doing full workouts already? I
am back in the gym. I'm back feeling good about being in the gym and not afraid to do things.
So what would you say about Dr. Wagner? You'd recommend this then?
Oh, I would absolutely recommend it.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think